Prayers.
Almighty God, who in your infinite wisdom and providential goodness have appointed the offices of leaders and parliaments for the welfare of society and the just government of humanity, we beseech you to look upon with your abundant favor these your servants whom you have been pleased to call to the performance of such important trusts in this land. Let your blessing descend upon them here assembled, and grant that they may, as in your presence, treat and consider all matters that shall come under their deliberation in so just and faithful a manner as to promote your honor and glory, and to advance the good of those whose interests you've committed to their charge. Amen.
Thank you.
Item 2 on the order paper, communication from the chair.
Thank you. Honorable colleagues, I welcome you to today's sitting. Today I want us to have 2 full hours of addressing matters which you have. Prime Minister's time, which usually written answers, which usually take around 30 minutes, and then we add on 1.5 hours so that we accommodate as many issues as possible. For now, let's continue with the order paper. Next item.
Item 3, statements by ministers on Mpox situation in Uganda.
Procedure, Honorable Seskubo.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker, and thank you for the indulgence, because when the Speaker sits in the chair, he has all wide-ranging powers, and we are happy to share your powers by granting us the opportunity to speak. Right Honorable Speaker, sir, today is Thursday. Hopefully, it is the end of the week for our Parliament. And this could be the last day. As you are aware, you have our petition, wherein we are counting the 14 days. On the order paper, we don't see any item about the censure of the 4 backbench commissioners. And the days are counting. We know we are guided by the rules of procedure of this Honorable House. And once a matter is properly filed and lodged in your good office, we would have the courtesy to be told, actually formally through a notice, that this matter is coming up for debate on this day, but must be within the 14 days, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, it's not a searchable motion. It carries members of Parliament of this Honorable House and the general public. They are anxiously awaiting the outcome of the petition, Right Honorable Speaker. And therefore I seek your indulgence so that we can get guidance from you on how we are proceeding, knowing that the days are fast elapsing. The last day, as we count the 14 days, should be Monday. And today is the Thursday, Right Honorable Speaker. May we be guided by your office, Right Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Seskubo. I can see, indeed, you went on a countdown and seems to be getting quicker. Tomorrow you will get guidance, Honorable Seskubo. Okay? Yeah. We are still within 14 days. And I don't know, people interpret differently. Some can argue the 14 days don't include weekends. Others argue they include weekends. But we shall ensure we play within the rules. I can promise you that. We must play within the rules. And we can't go outside the rules. So, yes. From the inquiry I was trying to make, because you see, this is a very critical issue which you don't just do alone and all that. Several consultations are made, verifications are made and all that. So you will receive a communication tomorrow. Thank you. Yes, Honorable Sarah Pendi.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, about over 6 months ago, the LC1s in my district brought it to my attention that since 2021, when the government officially launched stamps for LC1s, they have to date not received those stamps. And the Minister of State for Local Government committed to handling this matter. The financial year ended without these LC1s receiving these stamps. And yet these are very important offices. Now you need a passport, you need to go to the LC1. You need any letter of recommendation, people looking for employment, students applying for the students' loan scheme, need LC1 letters. Right Honorable Speaker, can I know what is happening in the Ministry of Local Government and why up to now my LC1s in Tororo, quite a number of districts and some villages, and this could be even across other districts, why up to now there are LC1s occupying offices without these stamps, and yet you officially launched these stamps in 2021.
Honourable Minister.
So the procedural issue, is it, I was raising, is it procedure right for us, this is a new financial year, to handle business as usual, and yet we are not receiving answers from the ministers? Is it procedure okay? Yeah, I rose on a procedural matter.
Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. I want to confirm to you that we gave out stamps to the LC1s, but the few...
Honourable Minister, there is a point of order. Seems we don't have order in the House, according to some member.
Mr. Speaker, this Parliament has a Speaker and a presiding officer. Matters of procedure in our rules are matters that are ruled on by the Speaker. Is the Minister in order to jump up as if she has become a Speaker to begin guiding on matters of procedure? Is she in order?
Thank you. Now, honourable colleagues, you know, sometimes I told you, I try to bend and be as accommodative as possible. But what the Honourable Saro Pen raised was not a procedural matter. but was not a procedural matter. And I've seen on several occasions, but because it's a critical matter which I know is affecting all of us, I requested the Minister to respond. Yeah, so Honourable Minister, kindly respond. But you should take note of the issue raised by Honourable Semuju. You should frame your questions under procedure on what is going on here. Yeah. Yes, Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. I do recall vividly that the Ministry of Local Government procured stamps, and Honourable is not raising it for the first time. Even the Honourable Muzale of Buzaya County, Kamuli District rose the same, but we advised their chief administrative officers to write. We handle official matters formally. Those who wrote, the permanent secretary ordered for their stamps from the government printers, and they received. Once again, I beg that the chief administrative officer of Tororo writes to the permanent secretary of the Ministry of Local Government. Thank you.
Thank you. Maybe what I would advise Honourable Minister is that it can't be members of Parliament to follow up with your technical people. For them, once they pick these issues from the public, I think it would have been prudent if you would say, no, Right Honourable Speaker, I can even put a letter here which we issued to all chief administrative officers. And then some complied, others didn't comply. And then for those who didn't comply, you show us the action you've taken.
Much obliged, Right Honourable Speaker. If you allow, I will lay, but it will be my duty to remind those who don't have stamps.
Yes, please.
Thank you.
Tochi.
Right Honourable Speaker.
Yeah, thank you very much, Right Honourable Speaker. Right Honourable Speaker, I think our able minister here should cross-check within the ministry, because for us in Omoro, all the LCs, all the stamps for all the LCs were taken, both for those in substantive positions and those who are caretaking in the newly carved administrative units. But there was a letter from the PS Ministry of Local Government instructing the chief administrative officers not to give the stamp to those caretakers because they are not elected LCs. They were only appointed. So those stamps are being kept at the district but not issued to the caretaker LC ones.
Colleagues, we've guided the minister on what to do. Okay? And Honourable Minister, you've taken note. So what we do, Honourable Minister, without, it shouldn't be even a statement, it's a long statement. I think on Tuesday you can update us. Okay? You can give us a quick update. But with
Most
action.
obliged, Right Honourable Speaker.
Thank you. Honourable colleagues, next item. No, I announced earlier on that we are handling them under PM time. I want us to have 2 hours of handling these issues.
Item 3, statement by Minister on Mpox situation in Uganda.
Honourable Rion, you have a certain point you want to raise? No, we don't have a point of guidance. I just need to know. Because you see here, I need order. Under what point you're standing up, Honourable colleague? Is it procedure? Is it? Yes, please. Okay.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. Right Honourable Speaker, there is an issue that I reached you about, which is very important to our institution and the welfare of members of this Parliament and our staff. I reached you on the matter of our welfare in our canteen. We have a new service provider who is operating illegally. Illegally in this Parliament, in the canteen. Right Honourable Speaker, I briefed you on that matter, that our staff of this Parliament, who used to get a plate of meal at only 8,000 shillings, from this week are being charged 18,000 shillings per plate of food. Right Honourable Speaker, this new service provider, with information in our hands, members of Parliament who are here, used to be served a plate of meal at 14,000 shillings. As I present now, a plate of food is charged at 45,000 shillings. Right Honourable Speaker, there is no evidence of any advert that was put to have this new service provider to provide service in our canteen. Right Honourable Speaker, procedurally, are we moving right without you addressing this important issue?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah. Now, honorable colleagues, the Honorable Arion came to me on that same matter. I told him, I said, number one, I don't deal in procurements. That's the work of the clerk and technical team. But number two, I told him, I will get for him information whereby I would get the contracts. Next I saw is a video of the Honorable Arion saturating, saying how Parliament has been taken over, how Ugandans must come and reclaim Parliament, how food is being sold at 45. Now, Honorable, I checked with the clerk. Number one, the contract of the previous contractor expired. And Parliament ran an advert, and several companies, please, Honorable, we have a technical team. We don't, I can tell you, members of Parliament, I think we are overstepping our mandate. I think so. I think we are even about to go to ask how you clean, how you do what. I think really it's reaching a level where some of us, we are thinking it's beyond the fight against corruption and all that to something really beyond. But for the record, and I want to be quoted, for the record, the contract buffet for members of Parliament, a plate together with the drink has been at 13,983. This is a contract that had been running for many years. For staff, it has been at 10,000. And I have the documents here. And in fact, I had come with them because I thought I would meet Honorable Arion earlier on. I give him the documents. But he has now provoked it early. Now, a buffet for a member of Parliament now is at 21,000. Yes, I'm having the official documents of Parliament, a contract. And after over 10 years, and a buffet for staff is at 13,000, an increment of 3,000, which came out of a procurement process. Now, for a member to go out and address the public on the food we supply members of Parliament that government pays for, to say someone is doing it at 45,000, honorable colleagues, I request you, okay? If a member had come to me and said, right, honorable, this information I asked, please avail it to me, I would have met him and given. That's why I came with them. I wanted to give them to him from here. So, honorable colleagues, please, I will not allow a discussion of your food on the floor of Parliament. That one, we will get away of discussing it, but not here. To discuss food, how much we pay for food to members of Parliament, I think we are going beyond. Honorable Minister for Health.
Right Honorable Speaker and honorable members, food is definitely important, but I humbly request that you listen to me also. Right Honorable Speaker, honorable members, allow me to appreciate you, Right Honorable Speaker, for granting me this opportunity to provide information to this august House about the status of monkeypox, and I request that you allow me from now on to refer to it as Mpox, as it is called. Right Honorable Speaker and honorable members, Mpox is in the same family of viruses like smallpox that was eradicated over 40 years ago. And it is believed that it originates from wild animals like monkeys and squirrels. Since the beginning of the year, more than 17,000 Mpox cases and more than 500 deaths have been reported in 13 countries in Africa. according to the African Centers for Disease Control and Prevention. The highest number of cases, more than 14,000, is in the DRC, which reported 96% of confirmed cases this month. Other East African countries that have reported Mpox transmission are Burundi, Kenya, and Rwanda, with Burundi having secondary transmission. Mpox transmission to humans is by contact with the infected animals. Among humans, it spreads by direct contact with an infected person, sexual transmission, with high transmission among commercial sex workers, men who have sex with men, and truck drivers. It also spreads from contaminated surfaces, crowded settings, especially schools and prisons. The schools and prisons increase risk of fast spread if there is a confirmed case because of congestion. Treatment. Mpox is a self-limiting disease presenting with pustules. I'm sure many of you have seen chicken pox. So those are the pustules, or you can call it small boils on the skin. Often it is also associated with high-grade fever, swelling of the lymph nodes, headache, and general body weakness. Those small boils can be anywhere on the skin or mucosal surfaces like the eyes, mouth, the genitals, or the anal area. Treatment is symptomatic depending on the complaint, as there is no specific treatment for the virus. Right Honorable Speaker, regarding the vaccine for Mpox, there are 2 vaccines under consideration for deployment. There is one which is called MBABN. It is a 2-dose regimen currently with the US FDA, and it is approved for adults, use in adults. 2 is what we call LC16, produced in Japan with local regulatory approval in Japan, and it is recommended for both adults and children. Both vaccines are pending emergency use licensure by WHO. Right Honorable Speaker, regarding disease progression and outcomes, despite the self-limiting nature of Mpox, in a number of cases, the disease can be fatal and may cause death, especially in children under 15 years, pregnant women, and individuals with weak immunity, like persons living with HIV/AIDS who are not suppressed. In addition, the public health implications can be dire for the communities and individuals affected. If robust interventions are not made, infection may spread, and a huge patient case number can overwhelm the health system, as we have seen elsewhere. Facial and body lesions among immunocompromised individuals can be disfiguring, where they severely affect the quality of life of individuals in the long term. In some cases, patients have been reported to have suffered eye complications and permanent blindness. Right Honorable Speaker and Honorable Members, Mpox was previously endemic in Central Africa, especially DRC and West Africa, but in 2020, the disease re-emerged globally. In 2023, Mpox had a huge rebound in DRC, including rapid expansion in many other African countries. In the case of Uganda, Right Honorable Speaker, on the 24th of July 2024, the Uganda Virus Research Institute confirmed 2 cases of Mpox from 6 samples received from Bwera Hospital, Kasese District, from suspected cases. The 2 cases were a 37-year-old female, a market vendor, who also operates a hair salon at Mpondwe border point. She's married to a Congolese man. The second, a 22-year-old Congolese pregnant woman from Bunyuisa, Two Village, Bwera Sub-County, who was seeking antenatal care in Bwera Hospital. The two individuals were admitted and treated in Bwera Hospital and have since recovered and have been discharged with no complications. This is the first time Mpox has been confirmed in Uganda. Since then, no new cases linked to the two cases have been confirmed in Kasese district or in Uganda. To date, a total of 42 samples have been collected from suspected cases, sent to UVRI for testing, and all have tested negative by PCR. Genetic analysis of the virus from the confirmed cases shows it is linked to the Mpox of DRC, and we have its scientific classification, which I have included in your documents. It is MPXV clade 1B, which is linked to the DRC outbreak. Right, Honorable Speaker, it is important to note that Mpox transmission in eastern DRC is expanding rapidly, with a new epicenter in North Kivu that is adjacent to Uganda. This happens amidst our regular cross-border human interactions between our two countries for trade, culture, and social reasons. This means the risk of importation into Uganda remains high, given the long incubation period of 7 to 14 days. There are 17 districts in Uganda that share a border with DRC, with regular movement of people, and 17 gazetted points of entry, and many undesignated land and water crossing points along Lake Albert and Lake George. In the previous 2 years, there has been an influx of Congolese refugees into Uganda. For example, 23,821 refugees in 2023 and 18,423 refugees by July 2024. Furthermore, our troops are currently deployed and pursuing insurgents in eastern DRC, and they are also at risk. Long-distance truck drivers plying the region in the interconnected routes and resting areas within the East African area are among the most at risk and could act as a quick way of transmitting the virus. Right, Honorable Speaker, honorable members, allow me to inform this August House that yesterday, 14th August 2024, the World Health Organization declared monkeypox outbreak as a public health emergency of international concern. This follows the same declaration by the African CDC as a public health emergency of continental security on the 13th of August 2024. The two declarations call for concerted global and continental investment to reduce mortality and to maintain stable global trade and economy, and to avoid stretching health systems as seen in the DRC and Burundi. Right, Honorable Speaker and honorable members, regarding our intervention since we identified the two cases, when Mpox re-emerged in the DRC, the Ministry of Health undertook a risk assessment in anticipation of potential importation of cases. A number of immediate steps have been taken to protect the population. Following the assessment, 23 districts were classified as high-risk districts, and these were the 17 districts bordering the DRC, 5 districts hosting refugees from DRC, and Kampala because of its highly mobile population due to trade and other reasons. This guided the development of a 1-year Mpox preparedness and response plan. The plan caters for coordination of all Mpox-related activities, including risk communication for prevention, surveillance for case identification and detection, laboratory investigation, management for confirmed cases, vaccination and research. Right Honourable Speaker and Honourable Members, in regards to the way forward, an emergency response mechanism, that is the incident management system, consistent to what we used to respond to COVID-19 pandemic and the 2022 Ebola epidemic outbreak, has been activated at the Ministry of Health and in Kasese district. The ministry has since reached out to the US government in Uganda and the World Health Organization for vaccines so that we can prioritize the high-risk groups. Those are the health workers, their contacts, and other frontline workers, but also including the vulnerable ones that I previously highlighted. We are working with WHO to enhance cross-border collaboration among countries in the region for real-time information sharing and cross-border surveillance. In conclusion, Right Honourable Speaker and Honourable Members, I wish to appeal to this august House to supplement the Ministry of Health efforts by amplifying the Mpox prevention messages within your respective constituencies. And the message that we want you to carry forward is that we need to avoid physical contact with anyone who has signs and symptoms of Mpox, as I mentioned above. Remember, the pustules resemble those of chickenpox. People should avoid sharing clothes, beddings, and other personal items with infected persons. Wash hands with soap and water, or use an alcohol-based sanitizer after contact with a suspected case of Mpox. Contacts and frontline workers should be encouraged to take vaccination when it is available. And lastly, on that issue, suspected cases should be reported to the nearest health facility for assistance, or alternatively, call our toll-free line. As I conclude, Right Honourable Speaker, allow me to register my appreciation and that of the entire ministry to this august House for your continued support to the health sector whenever need arises. I beg to submit.
Thank you, Honourable Minister. Honourable colleagues, this is for information purposes. I don't know whether it should be read a statement where we get responses and all that. But maybe if there are quick clarifications, just a few quick, starting with Honourable Nambeshe, then Honourable Amos, then, I can see the doctors, Dr. Wandwasi. So, Wandwasi, Dr. Tara, and Dr. Yes. Thank you.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. And I want also to thank the Minister of Health for this statement on the public health emergency of the monkeypox. But Mr. Speaker, very sorry. Mr. Speaker, I was confused because the the Minister of Health is a lady. And I had just expressed my appreciation for the good statement that he had made. And I found my tongue mentioning you. I'm very sorry. Mr. Speaker, I expected her statement to mention the challenge of the limited availability of vaccines for this monkeypox. Because from the declarations that have been made by Africa Center for Disease Control and then that of the World Health Organization, it is true the target is about 10 million doses. But what is available, Mr. Speaker, is only 200,000, paltry 200,000.
and that is a drop in the ocean. I expected her statement to mention that, but I'm seeking her clarification to throw more light on that challenge that the ministry is grappling with of the limited availability of vaccines. Secondly, Mr. Speaker, I would love to see a plan charting a way forward on a coordinated international response, because already the two important international players like the Africa Center for Disease Control and the World Health Organization have already sprung into action. Could we please know that coordinated international response? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Honorable Amos Okot.
Thank you, the Right Honorable Speaker, and thank you, Minister, for the statement to address the country about the Mpox, monkeypox. Mr. Speaker, we, from the northern part of the country, there's a border point that crosses from Oram site. It is barely regulated. But in some few weeks ago, during this recess that we had been, we were not abreast to differentiate between the chicken pox and the Mpox. But those few cases which
I think some people who love pork are getting confused. So
it's not the,
just make it clear, pox. Yeah? We don't have Mpox.
It's not the pork people are referring to, but the monkeypox, according to how the minister stated it. My point here is, during this COVID time when the vaccination was taking place on the viruses, Agago district and most of the districts in northern Uganda received a massive immunizations, vaccinations, which was good. And you did good because you did a proper sensitization to the people about it. However, these days, whenever there is a symptom of that nature occurs, people are, their kidneys are failing. Each time when they are referred to Lacho Hospital, their cases are that kidney failures, whether children, adult, and whatever. And most of the deaths these days, it is related to that. Some few days ago, kidney failures related to issues of diseases like the Mpox you are talking about. It is a point that monkeypox.
Honorable Amos, what are you up to? What did poker do to you? Why don't you speak and...
Mr. Speaker, the monkeypox is the monkeypox. That's the name that they are pronouncing.
Not pork.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The point I'm driving at is about the kidney failures. Madam Speaker, Mr. Speaker, my point that I want to raise to the minister is that if this could take a keen interest to find out why is it this increasing rising of kidney failures and many people are falling off because of that. If you could try to investigate and also let us know about it. Because each time whether young or big, and many of them are being referred to Lacho Hospital. And I made interactions with some doctors from Lacho Hospital. Even they confirm and say that many people are passing on because of that kidney failures. I thank you for the time.
Thank you, Honorable Andwasi. Dr. Otara.
Yeah, thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. I also want to appreciate the information given to us and this Honorable House by our able minister about the Mpox. However, Mr. Speaker, sir, I would have loved to hear her giving, telling us that is going to give the detailed literature, because we know we are being guided and helped by our health workers in the communities across the country. the ones we refer to as VHTs, village health teams. If the minister could able come up with the literature specifying, indicating the symptoms through our district health officers and then be disseminated down to the communities that can now be used by the VHTs to at least sensitize our people. And also, Mr. Speaker, he would specify, like now, in regions, like in eastern Uganda, should people happen to sense such symptoms, where should they go for treatment? Do we mean all health centers have the vaccines? We wish, or I wish to hear that.
Thank you.
Thank
Dr.
you,
Tara.
Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, I would like also to add my voice in thanking the Minister for Health for this very timely statement that has highlighted the problem of monkeypox, not only here in Uganda, where it is still quite small, but overall in Africa. And I want to begin from the point that 17,000 people across Africa have died. That is not a small. Is it 500? Okay, sorry, but the cases overall. 17,000 cases is significant with the 500 deaths. So, Right Honorable Speaker, my clarification is that the other two vaccines are still under development, and I'm just wondering whether there is some serious engagement with the WHO to hasten the approval of the two vaccines under development. This is really something that needs to be pursued very, very seriously. The second point, Right Honorable Speaker, is that the monkey, the bats, and the other animals that act as reservoirs are quite prevalent in our African setting, in our African countries. But what is important for us to deal with is that we need to avoid our people getting in contact with monkeys, with the bats. In a number of communities here in Uganda, people still enjoy these animals as delicacies. And that is how they get in contact with the viruses. I remember when I was fighting Ebola, that area of Bundubujo, the reservoir again was monkeys, bats, and our people enjoyed them. So I would like to ask the minister whether there is an engagement now for our people to move away from enjoying these animals, which are reservoirs for dangerous viruses. Right Honorable, I thank you for the opportunity.
Order. Censure, Right
No,
Honorable
Honorable,
Speaker.
please, we never speak in a microphone without the permission of the Speaker. And I don't have anyone holding the floor now, so I don't know where the point of order would go. Dr. Isamat?
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker and honorable colleagues. I'm a vet by training. I would like to thank the Honorable Minister for Health for the comprehensive report, which is very informative. However, the Honorable Minister did mention the various ways through which the virus spreads. And then she went to the extent of mentioning the incubation period. That is 7 to 14 days. According to our training, we are aware that viruses can survive even outside the host. And in this case, I want to give the example of a foot and mouth disease virus, which takes about 6 months for a place to be declared FMD free. In this case of Mpox virus, I think the minister has not informed us. In the case of contamination, how long does a contaminated place be free of the virus? We need that information for purposes of control and prevention. Secondly, Right Honorable Minister, the composition of the team that is already on ground trying to contain the virus from spreading. I know very well in the recent outbreak of COVID-19, it was basically the health professionals who handle or contain the situation. What arrangement is there for the veterinary professionals, given that this is the Mpox virus, or where most of the animals are actually harboring the virus? I thank you so much. Information from Dr. Yume.
Dr. Yume. Thank you very much. Now, Right Honorable Speaker, I would like to thank the Minister for that well-written and her stellar performance at the helm of the health sector. Right Honorable Speaker, I will speak to the issue of vaccines, and several times when vaccines come, some of us in this House and leaders decampaign the vaccination process. And yet we know that the biggest public health intervention to disease has been immunization over the years, and we have eradicated rinderpest and smallpox in 1980. Now, one thing that drives us to get vaccinated is fear. But when we are coming up with a malaria vaccine, I think it will be introduced shortly, but because malaria is endemic, the turn-up will be very poor, and we waste vaccines as a country, yet we are supposed to procure them. They get wasted, and it's a huge cost. What drives us is fear. And maybe I'll talk to the Minister that in her next submission, she can smuggle in maybe one of the side effects as erectile dysfunction or impotence. I think it will drive us men to ensure that the turn-up for vaccination is... so it's one of the biggest things we fear, Right Honorable Speaker. Otherwise, thank you very much, Honorable Minister, for your presentation.
Thank you. Honorable Christine.
Thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker. I want to appreciate the Minister for the statement. Right Honorable, mine is related to what Honorable Ayume has said. Right Honorable Speaker, I don't want to hide this. In my district, that is Kumi, although you questioned us yesterday about referring to particular districts, whoever dies now and suffers of any disease, everyone is saying it is the yellow fever vaccine that is killing us. And across the district, it has been very difficult to explain to the people about it. And I want to plead with the Honorable Minister to have avenues through which we can clear the entire public about the misconception of these vaccines. And also expected the Minister to give us an expectation. When do we expect this vaccine? Also in the report, I thought that the Minister would have summarized for us briefly the signs and symptoms of this disease. Oh, sorry, I withdraw that. And thank you for your attention. I withdraw that. The answer has already been given. So, let me now talk about, because the doctor was giving us the preventive approaches, the way forward, and the rest. I wanted to suggest that the Minister of Health would alliance with the Minister of Internal Affairs and see how we can restrict movements between the countries. Yes. Now that we have registered 2 cases of Mpox in the country, and also to see a follow-up mechanism of the 2, despite the fact that the Minister said the 2 have been discharged without serious complications. We need serious follow-up
and then a report availed to the Parliament, so that we conclusively say that the 2 who tested positive are now free of the disease. Thank you.
Honorable Gwar.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. And Honorable Minister, thank you for your presentation. I was caught with the point you mentioned that you'll have good and well-coordinated approach to managing this. My prayer is that a special case of coordination should be on communication, so that it does not cause alarm, especially in areas which affect trade. You would see even inside here, my brother Otala had already started miscommunicating. So we should be very careful on how we communicate, because apart from health, there are other effects we may have in the country and in the economy. And last one, can we have comfort that maybe the investment we have been putting on research for vaccines could yield fruits? Thank you.
Honorable Kotogong.
Mr. Speaker and all members of Parliament, Uganda has been recognized as a country that has performed very, very well in terms of controlling medical emergencies. And we start with the President, we start with the medical team in Uganda and the population. But Mr. Speaker, I want to be informed clearly today, because their major problem, hindrance to their efforts, had always been inadequate financing. So I want to confirm from the Prime Minister, because this is an emergency, we are not budgeted for this emergency in the ministry, whether the Ministry of Finance is ready to provide adequate resources to the ministry to enable them have effective control and management of this problem. That is my issue I want to raise.
Thank you, Honorable Nduwarana.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I want to thank the Honorable Minister for the concern about the virus, monkey virus. Right Honorable Minister, we are so grateful for the work you are doing. And I just have one concern. As Dr. Ime was saying that at times the members of Parliament boycott they are not boycotting, but at times they confuse people concerning vaccines. Parents are so much worried about the multiple vaccinations which are done on their children. And this is a zoonotic disease, which can easily be controlled if we alert the community, because here in Uganda it has not yet circulated so much, and we don't have the monkeys are not so common, more especially. You just listen to me. And the African rodents, they are not so many. This is the disease which we can control by giving public, we can go to the public and we inform them, we educate them, we health educate them on how to control this disease. I'm not boycotting the vaccination, but we can't say that every new disease which is going to be, coming needs to be vaccinated, because the parents are so much worried about the vaccinations which we are giving to the children in schools. Otherwise, I thank you so much. And when you look at the current situation in children today, there are increasing numbers of anaphylactic reactions. Children are having allergies of different cases. So we just have to look into how to prevent diseases than giving new vaccines all the time. I thank you and I appreciate your work.
Honorable Singo Matom, Honorable Swimji, Honorable Nambuzi. Then Honorable Musana.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. I also want to join the rest in thanking the Minister for the statement. But Right Honorable Speaker, my observation over the years is that each time we have had an epidemic here, other than the coronavirus, the source has been Congo. Each time we have had an epidemic here, the source has been Congo.
Honorable, we have Congo, then we have DRC.
DRC, Congo. And Right Honorable Speaker, and where? And Right Honorable Speaker, I need protection. Right Honorable Speaker, and each time we have had these epidemics, the methods to combat have been more or less fire brigading. And so, address the problem, immediately it is finished, sit back and relax, and wait for another one to come. Does the minister want to tell us which plans she has in the ministry for a sustainable, reliable mechanism of addressing the problem of epidemics as and when they come?
Thank you. Honorable Semuju.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have 3 issues. Maybe to join colleagues, I am one of those who are very happy with the Minister for Health. It is very rare for a minister to come and provide a solution. They will be coming here to cry. The 3 issues. First, we've been investing money under the Minister of Technology, money for vaccine. We are told during COVID that was not the only area that we are preparing for all other problems. So can we be told what Dr. Msenero's group have done with all the money that we have put there for them to develop vaccines? Because they said, you forget about COVID. We are just developing and you will have vaccines for everything. That's point number 1. And then this day where we put the money. So far, 732 billion. Because you remember they started with the vaccine during COVID. They are one of the groups. Is that one area where they are also going to help us? And finally, Mr. Speaker, the point he makes about Congo, because we interact with Congo a lot. So the question, I have visited Nairobi sometimes, even when they hear a rumor, they begin testing everybody entering from Uganda at the airport, do we have capacity and is it necessary, because this is your area, to begin checking people who are returning from Congo and those who are going? Including, by the way, we have now soldiers who are fighting there. And each fight has brought problems. You remember, we are now paying 1 trillion for plundering. The other day they came with the Congolese women. So are we sure that when they are returning, we check them thoroughly, such that they don't become a conduit for some of the problems you are dealing with? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Honorable Nambuzi.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, I don't know. I have fear, but even with that fear, allow me to join colleagues who have commended the Minister for Health for ever being alert and coming here to alert the country about diseases even before we raise anything as a matter of national importance. I remember the day the Minister stood here to warn us about COVID. That time it sounded like a far-fetched matter. In fact, some people were telling her to sit down so that we could discuss the issue of the locusts that had invaded Uganda. To some, it sounded very urgent and important. We did not realize then that COVID would cause such a magnitude of problems for us, including taking some of our colleagues who were present on that day when the minister was giving the alert. Since then, I've learned it the hard way, that whenever the Minister of Health comes here to tell the country about a disease, I listen attentively. Thank you, Madam Minister. I want, first of all, to put it on record, Mr. Speaker, that the people of Mukono I represent don't eat monkeys. Because a colleague, during his submission, brought it out on record that our people eat monkeys as a delicacy. However, in Mukono, we treat monkeys as our distant relatives. Mr. Speaker, sir.
Honorable Numbers, order from Dr. Tara.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity. I think the precurrent holder of the floor is alluding to my statement, which I made in good faith. And that statement referred to our people, which I did not specify, and I did it intentionally by not naming specific tribes who eat monkeys, but I made it generally, because all the people of Uganda are our people. Is the precurrent holder of the floor in order to say I alluded to the people of Mukono as monkey eaters?
Thank you.
Is it in order?
Thank you. Now, Honorable Tara, why do you make all of us look suspects? Even now I look like a monkey eater because you don't want to be specific. So Honorable Numbers, I think, was right to defend her people. And even me, by the way, don't count me in that group. So. But anyway, it shouldn't be. We know there are people who do. Okay? Yeah, so let's not read so much into it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for your wise ruling. And then allow me, for the sake of time, to go to my point. Mr. Speaker, the issue of hand washing, simple as it sounds, seems to be the miracle we need to, all the time, for every virus that has been mentioned, apart from that of HIV. Hand washing has always been cited. Yet, Mr. Speaker, as a culture here, even some of us in the church, shaking hands among ourselves is a culture. I think it is high time, Mr. Speaker, we do two things through the Ministry of Health, care of public health, that we need to build a culture that discourages shaking of hands and hugging. Because it seems that in the modern world, we have more viruses coming up each and every day, and the contact is one sure way of spreading the diseases. To Mr. Speaker, all of us here in our constituencies, during the COVID epidemic, we installed hand washing centers in the markets, at offices, everywhere. But when you move around the country today, you will see that most of those installations have now broken down. I want to request the Minister of Health, as a matter of public health, can't we come up with a policy that make hand washing facilities be part of the requirements that every occupier of premises and housekeepers must keep, especially in public places, as a matter of policy? That Even here, Mr. Speaker, you used to provide us with hand washing facilities at Parliament. But apart from your place there, we no longer have them everywhere. Apart from you and the clerk, for us, you would find them at the gate, Mr. Speaker. But today, they are not there. In the markets, in schools, in all those public places, as a matter of policy, that the country maintains an infrastructure for hand washing, and then the issue of discouraging shaking of hands, especially through my dear church, the Catholic Church. It is one of the things we must do during Mass, that we are required to show, to handshake as a show of friendship and comradeship between us, the faithful ones. Lastly, Mr. Speaker, maybe we shall in the future need a candidate who will be bold enough to say that if you elect me president, I will build a wall between Uganda and the DRC Congo. Thank you.
Yes, Honorable Musana.
Thank you so much.
This side I finished. Already.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. Allow me also to appreciate the Minister for a very good report. Mr. Speaker, I represent a district that borders the Democratic Republic of Congo. And, Mr. Speaker, we are aware that we have several rebel activities as a result of the M23. There are several people crossing the border points, moving from DRC, coming into those districts that border DRC. And currently, in my district, we have several people who are coming from DRC, coming to Kagadi as a district, and then they are being moved to Changwali refugee scheme. Now, Changwali camp. Now, Mr. Speaker, I don't know how the minister is ready in mitigating those other issues that may come in, well knowing that the source of problem for our country, and together with a number of epidemics, are coming from these border points, well knowing Kasese, Bundibujo, Kagadi, and all those areas. Is there any mechanism the ministry is putting across in managing this cross-border movement as a result of the M23 and the other rebels? Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Guzuri. I conclude with Dr. Bwanika.
Mr. Speaker, I want to congratulate the Minister for dealing with the COVID. She's been credited as a minister who has risen above the occasion, and we congratulate her. Just like my colleague, Honorable Musa, and I come from a district that borders DRC. And all of you are aware, in West Nile, we have just been 110 years in Uganda because we were part of Congo. And we have a very strong link with the people of Congo. We have relationships, we have marriages, and our people interact. And that then points to a risk that because of our regular interaction, there's likelihood that whenever there's a problem there, we will bring it to this country. Aware that ambulances are needed for emergency responses that may arise in this kind of situation. Honorable Minister, you know the President redirected the budget of ambulances to Roko, which was not our priority. So, if this kind of issue arises, how are you going to help a district like Maracha that does not have an ambulance? I've written to you people several times that our border is very porous, it is risky, even our roads, the border road is insecure, it has not been rehabilitated. The Ministry of Works cannot pay attention even when we report that it is a security risk, because the people who are supposed to intervene on the border, including security people, cannot intervene. These are issues we have been able to state here. I don't know, should we now go and state these matters in Igulu during those regional meetings for the matter to be listened to? Two, Honorable Minister, the issue you addressed us on requires risk communication, which was very elaborate during the COVID time. For a district like Maracha, what preparation have you put in place to empower the health workers and the people who manage our healthcare systems on risk communication? How will the population know that there's a risk and they are supposed to conduct themselves in a particular way in that part of the region, since they may have challenges with the language? And I did also say some of them speak Lingala, which is a Congolese language. How do we help our people in the border appreciate those challenges? I would love to hear what response frameworks you've put in place, one to address the issue of emergency response and the behavioral and other risk communications. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Wanika.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I want to add my voice to appreciate the Minister of Health. Right Honorable Speaker, one of the measures to control Mpox and other zoonotic diseases is to ensure that we minimize contact between the wild and the human beings. I've seen in our national parks people interacting with these wildlife freely, and that puts our people to danger. I believe by this time the Minister of Health and Wildlife Authority, we ought to come up with guidelines on how to minimize contact with the wildlife. I've seen also in this city populations of monkeys moving around and bathing in the water tanks at the top of buildings. Every day in the morning you will see they are bathing, monkeys are bathing. And Right Honorable Speaker, this also exposes our population to these zoonotic diseases. I want to pray that again the Minister of Health and the Wildlife Authority, they find that they get the guidelines on how to help our people, first of all, minimize these populations of the wildlife that is loitering around this city, and also to ensure that whoever is going to have wildlife as a pet, that must be under a license. I'm seeing people having snakes, monkeys in their homes as pets, and sometimes this exposes them without their knowledge. I want to appreciate Right Honorable.
Honorable Minister.
Right Honorable Speaker, allow me to appreciate the honorable members for their questions and concern. I want to start from the point that was raised by...
Honorable Naomi, procedure. Honorable Naomi Kawasharia.
Thank you so much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, it is very rare for some few members whom I don't want to mention the names to appreciate someone who sits on that bench. Now that they have appreciated, is it procedurally right for us to continue without giving them the service, giving the minister service award?
I think she deserves it. Honorable Minister. Honorable Minister.
Right Honorable, I need to know when I should come for my service award.
As long as you're ready to defend yourself before Honorable Rion, so then we shall give.
He has given a go-ahead. Right Honorable Speaker, allow me first of all to start by thanking this Parliament for appreciating the work we do, but also for the support that they give to the health sector. Over the years, since the year 2000, when we had the first Ebola outbreak, we have been building systems. So I want to allay anxiety. All these things you are worried about are in place. That is why we were able to detect the 2 cases in real time. Otherwise, if we didn't have systems, right, Honorable Speaker, we wouldn't have detected. In addition to the quick detection, we have built very strong laboratory systems, surveillance systems, risk communication systems, and we are moving. And one of the issues why we did not come out at that time to declare an outbreak of monkeypox, we said we are just out of Ebola. We are just out of COVID. We come and make another declaration. So we just said we have cases. And one most fundamental issue was not to disrupt trade among the population and to cause scare. And we don't want you to be scared. We are handling the cases. I actually, during an engagement with members of Parliament, wanted to meet the members of Parliament of Kasese, but they were in a hurry. We wanted to bring it to their attention and just allay anxiety, because the country must move on and trade must move on. Uganda is signatory to the international health regulations, and whenever there are outbreaks, we do not restrict movements. We don't. We have what we call port health. Port health is a system where we carry out routine, it is part of our health system, surveillance at the border points of entry. The people of Kasese will testify there are screens there, there are people, there are computers, there are vaccines at the border posts of entry. And many others, Malaba, where they are all there. So please, let your anxiety cool. The Ministry of Health is in control. Right Honorable, the issue of availability of vaccines. You know, once an outbreak is declared a public health emergency of international concern, the entire international community starts mobilizing resources, including vaccines. So even the production of vaccines will go up, but it may not be adequate to cover everybody. So they will start with most at-risk areas. And that is the importance of declaring a FEC whenever there is an outbreak. So the limited availability of vaccines will be addressed. However, in my statement, I did not say that vaccines are under development, as alluded to by Honorable Otala. I said they are awaiting licensure. The research was concluded long ago. The development was concluded. The one of the US is waiting approval, and then the rest of the vaccines are waiting licensure. And immediately that discussion is concluded, the vaccine production will go up. Coordination between African countries. We have the African CDC that coordinates us, and in my statement I clearly said it was the African CDC that announced first a continental emergency, and the continental emergency was referring to the African continent, that there is an emergency, and they are coordinating us. However, specifically within East Africa, we also have our East African CDC that is headquartered in Kenya, and it also brings on board the East African countries together. We have our fora where we sit and discuss, and in the next 1 week or so, we shall be in Congo Brazzaville to discuss. So the coordination is ongoing. Now, the border point at Orom and the kidney failure. Right Honorable Speaker, we are sitting on a time bomb of non-communicable diseases. A time bomb. 25% of our population has high blood pressure. It is not related to the outbreaks or the vaccines. It is related to our lifestyles. And it is something that we must handle urgently. We are preparing documentation on that, including banning unsaturated fats. You see this business of people eating fried things on the roadside, chips, whatever, Blue Bandy, those things, they use the same oil over and over and over. We are at risk. And the young people are now most at risk. And that is why he's seeing cases, but he's thinking it is due to the outbreaks. No, it is our lifestyle. We need to address it, including other non-communicable diseases. Right, Honorable Speaker, I don't want us to worry about village health teams and community and information. It is already with them, and they are doing what is needed. Hastening approval of the vaccines, it is ongoing by WHO. The issue of eating monkeys and so on, Right Honorable, I don't know the communities that eat them. We've talked about these things. I think we need to continue to educate our people. How long does the virus stay on contaminated surfaces? Right Honorable Speaker, for monkeypox, actually the time period is longer. The virus can survive for up to 15 days under optimal conditions. 15. And that is why in my statement I emphasized avoid sharing clothes and so on. But on hard surfaces, between 24 to 48 hours, that is why we must encourage cleaning with sanitizer and making sure that we wash our hands. The Ministry of Health works through what we call a One Health approach for the purpose of the veterinary doctor. A One Health approach brings on board Ministry of Health, MAIF, Wildlife, Water and Environment. And that is how we handle outbreaks, through a One Health approach. The complications of the vaccines and in regards to erectile dysfunction, my chair emeritus will discuss that in details with the men. But for now, I want to reassure you that the vaccines are safe. Chair, the issue of disinformation and misinformation, we have already started addressing. And I started addressing this when I requested you to give me members of Parliament. I have been talking to them about vaccines. We are engaging other groups before we go full blast to the communities. But honorable members, Uganda has only 14 vaccines, 13. The malaria vaccine will be the 14 on our routine schedules. Some of those countries like the US and where have 54 plus vaccines. What is our problem? The vaccines have kept us alive and well. We eradicated polio. You're no longer seeing people with lame legs. We have eradicated many diseases. We are in the process of eradicating. Can I continue talking? And many others. So when I see people saying we have too many vaccines, I even wonder, you have too few. If we had many, even the issue of flu and whatever, you would not be experiencing. So don't worry about these vaccines. They are good. They are cheap. They prolong our lives. Instead of bringing in family planning and so on, if we had more vaccines and children were living longer, you would have women having fewer children. So let's embrace vaccines when they come, instead of giving negative information to people about the vaccines. I will not answer for Ministry of Science. I think we can invite Ministry of Science to come here. Right Honorable Speaker, I want to conclude. The issue of mandatory hand washing, contact, handshaking, all those things are in the Public Health Act. The challenge is enforcement. When we started hand washing during COVID, everybody participated. All these diseases went down. Now it has risen. Lastly, on the issue of resources. Right Honorable Speaker, I have requested over and over again whether we can have a budget that is ring-fenced for epidemics. I have never gotten that. Now, whenever I get an epidemic, I mobilize partners and I go into mobilizing resources. It is really hard. I need to be supported in that area. I thank you.
Thank you. Now, Honorable Jomons, you had requested me a minute to add something.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. I just wanted to make a brief comment before the Minister rose. But
Honorable, we don't have much time. I want us to handle this statement before PM time.
Just 2 comments that as a Ministry for Information, we are working and we are going to continue working with the Ministry of Health to intensify the campaign. And maybe I request the Minister of Health that their health education materials which have been developed, we could produce more copies for members of Parliament so that the members of Parliament, especially from the 17 districts which border DRC, can be part of the mobilization to educate the masses. Then second and lastly, just to reassure the honorable members that the process of vaccine development is so rigorous that there should be no fear among the members about vaccines, because vaccines go through a process of preclinical and clinical trials, and then WHO has to go through approvals, checking efficacy and the effectiveness and safety. So we want to request members of Parliament not to fear vaccines, because by the time Minister of Health says we have approved this vaccine, it has gone through lots of trials. The Speaker says that there is no time. So I just wanted to reassure members that the vaccines that we use are safe and efficacious.
Thank you.
I thank you very much.
Yeah. Honourable Minister for Tourism, it seems your sector has been scared.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. And indeed, when Dr. Bwanika was making a presentation, because fact is, interaction with this wildlife does not bring disease. We've lived, it's just like interacting with any other animal, a dog, and the cats that we love. So, Right Honourable Speaker, usually it is as a result, just a minute. Usually it is as a result of eating. Yes, we have people who have been visiting. Yes, it is.
Honourable Minister for Tourism, can you go and agree on it with the Minister for Health? Okay.
Yes.
And we get good guidance, because otherwise we are going to have, you know.
But the interaction has not brought. Yes,
Thank
it
you.
is. It is.
Thank you. Thank you. Now, honourable colleagues, before we go to the next item, honourable colleagues, please order in the House. Yeah. So, honourable colleagues, before we go to the next item, I was waiting for a minister from the water and environment sector, and I didn't see any. But last night, I was watching NBS television, a program called Hard Questions by Mr. Solomon Serwanja. And they had an investigation on what is going on in Zoka Forest. And there was a gentleman, William Leslie Amanzuru, leader Friends of Zoka. Honorable colleagues, and the pictures that followed, it's really painful what's going on in Zoka. Despite the presidential directive banning trade, I think charcoal burning in those areas, you could see trailers. They were showing trailers going through roadblocks without any hindrance, going, trailers after trailers. There were even allegations that some of this charcoal is even exported. But the gentleman, really what he brought out and the videos that came out, if nothing is done, Zoka Forest is going to be finished in a minute. despite all kinds of security from soldiers, from police, the different roadblocks, Karuma, everywhere, a lot is going on. Very serious environmental crimes that were listed. It was a very painful documentary to watch. I had come from a very hectic schedule. It was around 11 p.m. So as I was having a cup of tea, put on, and I immediately saw Zoka, so I got interested. So I want to request the Committee on Natural Resources. Zoka Forest is found in Adjumani. I want to request the Committee for Natural Resources to take up this matter and visit Zoka Forest. Visit Zoka Forest, see what's going on for now specifically. Because you see, I don't want them to spread thin, and then they bring just a few snapshots of whatever is happening. Visit Zoka Forest and report to this house within 1 month. Because what's going on is really, really bad from the videos that I could see. Let me just allow the woman MP for Adjumani and Honorable Mama MPs from Adjumani. Honorable Azza. Let me just speak the 3 MPs from Adjumani.
Thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker, for bringing this thing out. I think God listened to our prayers. The whole of the last 3 days, we have been spending sleepless nights. We came back from Adjumani on Tuesday. When we came back, we started getting news and being for meetings through phones. Even this morning we had a meeting. Therefore, we agree with your position, but I pray that one stakeholders meeting be done at the district headquarters, where we shall also participate, so that we bring out more information about what has been happening for all this time. But to Right Honorable Speaker, the video that was played was about the previous things that have been happening and they have been recording. The recent one is just before yesterday, 3 trucks which were impounded, kept at the district headquarters. All of them disappeared. We have been asking people about who allowed these trucks to move out of our headquarters premises, more so fenced place. No one is giving us responsibility, and we have agreed Monday next week we are going for security meeting. And we request that in that security meeting, Right Honorable Speaker, through your intervention, we are requesting our headquarters, the military officers, to also join us in that security meeting for Monday. Thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Mamawi. Honorable Azza.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, Zoka Central Forest Reserve is in Adjumani East and partly in Adjumani West constituency. This issue has been here for quite long. Personally, I raised most of these issues in the floor of Parliament here. And I'm happy today you have seen what is happening with yourself. Right Honorable Speaker, as we speak now, we have a complete UPDF brigade, 501 brigade in that area. All this is happening in the know of what this brigade is settling. They are not even more than 10 kilometers away from this forest. We have a police, FFU police, we have a police, different kind of police in those areas, Right Honorable Speaker. But if you look at what is happening, sometimes we said maybe government has no interest in this forest. And let them give it back to the community. We manage our forest. We have people who need to be settled in this area. But they are not letting us to exercise our power. they are allowing people to settle in this forest. If you look at the nature of settlement in this area, right, Mr. Speaker, you cannot like that. Whether this is for government or we don't have a government, I don't know sometimes. Mr. Speaker, I'm a member of National Resistance Movement. But sometimes if you see what is happening, you get confused. Right, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable
Thank you very much, Right Honourable Speaker, for giving the chance. Mr. Speaker, the whole of Northwest Nile region is affected. Northwest Nile region comprises of Jumani, Obongi, Moyo, and Yumbe. All these areas are affected. Mr. Speaker, there is a godfather, or godfathers. A godfather who is seated like God seated on his heavenly throne, commanding each and everybody that cut the trees, and cut the trees. Who is this godfather? Who are these godfathers? So, Mr. Speaker, trees are being felled indiscriminately, and the whole area has been now deforested. We are scared that in 2 or 3 years' time, there will be completely nothing for us to talk about. Otherwise, I wish that we investigate who this godfather is, or the godfathers are. Otherwise, the civil leaders, political leaders, and all those elected leaders have tried their best to stop this vice, but they have failed. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next item.
Item 3.2, statement on the outbreak of chicken disease in Masaka district.
Honourable Minister for Agriculture.
Right Honourable Speaker and colleagues, on Thursday, 1st 2004, August, our attention was drawn to audio and visual content that had gone viral on social media regarding discovered dump of carcasses of dead layer chicken in Masaka district, claiming that there was a strange disease affecting poultry in the district and warning public from consuming chicken. And actually, avian influenza was suspected. Right Honourable Speaker and honourable colleagues, globally, high pathogenic avian influenza is the most dangerous poultry disease since it affects both humans, wild and domestic birds at epidemic level, or can occur as outbreaks and is deadly. Newcastle disease and infectious Brussels disease do not affect humans but kill poultry in large numbers. At country level, vaccination against NCD and IBD is undertaken especially in commercial poultry units, and we always encourage our poultry farmers to vaccinate regularly. Vaccination against the highly pathogenic avian influenza is not undertaken since the disease does not occur in the country with endemic status. Therefore, it is the poultry disease that is dreaded, which can cause mass death in poultry. Tests were therefore undertaken to check NCDB, IDB, and highly pathogenic avian influenza, which was suspected in the specimen that were collected from Masaka district. Right Honourable Speaker and colleagues, investigations were undertaken by Masaka City veterinary officers, MAIF, and College of Veterinary Medicine, Animal Resources and Biosecurity, COVAB veterinary teams. And the following were the findings. Right Honourable Speaker and colleagues, the findings of these teams were consistent and similar, indicating that only one farm suffered a loss of more than 3,500 poultry of the same age. The number of the poultry dumped in 4 sites were consistent with the age and numbers that died from the farm The farm is located in Kalagara village, Nyendo, Mukungwe, sub-county, Masaka district. The other farms visited reported the normal mortalities consistent with poultry farming. The post-mortem report indicated that the chicken developed bacterial pneumonia and had foreign bodies in their lungs tissues. These tissues were caused by the overcrowding in the dusty and poorly ventilated housing condition where the poultry was being reared, leading to respiratory problems. Laboratory findings revealed that the specimens were negative for highly pathogenic avian influenza, NCD, and IDB. In conclusion, Right Honourable Speaker and colleagues, the birds that were dumped in 4 sites in Masaka were of the same age and from the same farm. Therefore, the condition is localized and not widespread. The cause of mass death in the farm was diagnosed as respiratory system infection exacerbated by congestion and dust in the poultry houses. The farmer has been advised on stocking rate and housing structures with adequate ventilation and seeking veterinary services to improve production and productivity on his farm. The Ministry also issued a press release on Thursday, 1st August 2024, to clarify on the situation and allay public fears over a persistent threat of poultry industry in the country. Thank you very much, Right Honourable Speaker and honourable colleagues, for listening to me.
Thank you, Minister, for being proactive. This is responding to the public messages that had come out, so no need for debating this statement. Please, the statement may. Yeah, so it was one farm, you have been told, you have been guided, so we don't need to go that. Honorable colleagues, when you are making rules, you gave Speaker the latitude to weigh the matters and guide. So that's why you say the may. So in my opinion, it shouldn't be debated. So honorable colleagues, there is a statement which I wanted us to dispose of before we go for PM time. When you look at item, when you look at item number 6, the motion for Olympics, we captured it wrongly. I would want clerk to correct it. It's a statement from the minister, updates for Olympics. So I wanted us to handle that item before we go to PM time.
Item 3, statement on the Olympics Games 2024.
Honourable Minister for Sports.
Thank you very much, Right Honourable Speaker. Apologies for coming in late because of other duties. I was in Hoima this morning. Right Honourable Speaker and colleagues, Uganda sent a total of 25 athletes to the 33rd Olympic Games in Paris, France, from 26 July to 11th August 2024, comprising of 21 athletic team, 1 rower, 1 cyclist, and 2 swimmers. Right Honourable Speaker and colleagues, Uganda celebrated its 12th and 13th medal in the 10,000 meters and 3,000 women's steeplechase final at the Paris Olympics 2024 Games that remain one of the golden moments for Uganda. Right Honourable Speaker and colleagues, Uganda finished 55th out of the 206 countries that participated in the Olympic Games, and in Africa, Uganda is ranked 6th after Kenya, South Africa, Ethiopia, Algeria, and Egypt. Out of the 206 countries that participated in the Olympics Games 2024, only 84 countries got medals. Uganda's individual athletes performed exceedingly well, registering the season's best, personal best, and setting national records, which should be appreciated because many reached the semis, finals, and of their competitions, which was an invaluable experience that will be important in the preparations of the next Olympic Games to be hosted in Los Angeles in the United States of America. Honorable colleagues, Joshua Cheptegei reinstated himself as Uganda's greatest sportsman of all times, winning 10,000 gold medal and setting the new Olympic gold record, and he is now the world record holder with 26.43, 1.4 microseconds, and Peris Chemtai winning a silver medal, but also registered a personal best and a national record after crossing the line with 8.53.34. Peris Chemtai has become the third Ugandan to win the medal at the 2024 Olympic Games and also the second Ugandan to win a gold and a silver at the second edition of the world's biggest games. She is the first and the only Ugandan woman so far in the history of the Olympic medals to win a medal. Right Honorable Speaker, the composition of Uganda's team is as follows. Athletics, women. Halima Nakai, 800 meters. Winnie Nanyondo, 1,500 meters. Peris Chemtai, 3,000 meters. Joy Cheptoyot, 5,000 meters. Esther Chebet, 5,000 meters. Belinda Chemtai, 5,000 meters. Sarah Chelengat, 10,000 meters. Annette Chelengat, 10,000 meters. Rebecca Cheptegei, marathon. Stella Chesang, marathon. Martin Chesang, marathon. Honorable colleagues, I would request that we clap for our daughters. Right Honorable Speaker.
Honorable Minister, go on with your statement. The recognitions will be made at the right time.
Right Honorable Speaker, let me talk about the men's team. The men's team, we had Tarsis Gracious Orogo, 200 meters. Tom Dradriga, 800 meters. Leonard Chemtai, 3,000 meters. Oscar Chelimo, 5,000 meters. Joshua Cheptegei, 10,000 meters. Jacob Kiplimo, 5,000 and 10,000 meters. Martin Magengo Kiprotich, 10,000 meters. Stephen Kisa, marathon. Victor Kiplangat, marathon. Andrew Rotik Kwemboy, marathon. Right Honorable Speakers and colleagues, I have the results as recorded by the performance of those athletes on my statement, and I beg that let me not go to each of the individual performance. Let me go to the cycling. Right Honorable Speaker, Uganda presented one cyclist, and that is Charles Kajimu men's road race, who finished the 77th and his personal best, and he set a national record in the cycling competition. Rowing, Uganda had a one rower, Catherine Grace Noble, single scroll rower, and she also recorded a national record with 7.56.10, and her global position ranking, she's the 26th in the whole world. Swimming, Uganda had two athletes, and one is Gloria Muzito, 100 meters freestyle personal best. Then we had Jesse Sengozi, 100 meters, 100 butterfly national record. Right Honorable Speaker and honorable colleagues, I want to now give you the Africa's performance in terms of gold, in terms of the ranking.
Honorable Minister, I would request, since his statement is recorded, we just have it on record so that we save some little time for debate. Before.
Right Honorable Speaker, maybe before I sit down, permit me to ask Team Uganda, led by...
We shall recognize them one by one. We are getting a list.
Okay, I thank you, and thank you, colleagues, for always supporting us. I say all this for God and my country.
Thank you. So I'm going to open a quick debate, quick one. And I will start with Honorable Achon, Julius. Honorable, I will do Queen. I do Chemutai. If you have Che, yeah, you have. Yeah, I'll start with Che. Yeah. Cherkud, Chemutai, Fadir, Che Fadir. Yeah, another Phyllis Chemutai. Then the rest of you are like Bachiga. You're not represented in any way. We shall negotiate your fate much later.
Thank you very much, Right Honourable Speaker. And also I would like to thank the Minister, State Minister for Education and Sports, and also my colleagues, the Member of Parliament. I would also like to add my voice, Honourable Speaker, to congratulate my colleagues who represented us in Olympics in Paris this year. It was unfortunate I didn't go, but I was able to follow up online and on TV. Honourable Speaker, I think many times, first of all, I want to thank the government. Because the reason why I want to thank the government, during my time, it wasn't like these days. And government has put so much in this athlete to support the athletes and the coaches. And I'm very delighted to appreciate what Cheptegei and Chemutai Peruth did. I think it's a wonderful thing. Mostly I want to thank every team who made it to Olympics. To be in Olympics is something which is not easy to be there. Because you look at the population in the entire world.
Yeah, just let me guide our visitors. We don't clap. Or you don't... just listen in silence. You can be happy at heart, you can smile, but because we are recording whatever is going on here.
Thank you.
Just guidance.
Yeah. Honourable Speaker, one thing I wanted to let the minister know of this country, Uganda, we can do much better in hard events. I think we lack other disciplines such as diving, such as gymnastics. There's so other discipline which will still fall apart. I think we need to include these events because we only expect medals in athletics and in boxing. I think we can do much better because this African country who made ahead of us, they won in other events such as diving, such as gymnastics. And also, I want to urge you on the government, I think we need to bring more scholarship in athletes who cannot make it. And colleagues, one thing I want to encourage you, let us advise our young children in all regions, because I was talking with Okot Felix, who was saying, why everybody che. I said, before early 90s, people from Lango used to compete, used to represent people Olympics, but the reason why we gave up, I think this is the time where we must tell every young people to do sport, to go for morning run, to do football, to do kickboxing, to do boxing. This is where we can really renew or recruit the young athletes. I want to say this for God and my country. Thank you all.
Thank you, Honorable Emma Cherkut.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. At this juncture, I also want to appreciate our able Minister of Sports, Mr. Ogwang, for the wonderful job delivered to Uganda. Right Honorable Speaker, allow me, on behalf of the Sebei people and on my own behalf, appreciate Team Uganda for the work and the job well done in as far as sports is concerned. Members, when we talk of the power of the legs, the chairs, the seas have it all. I also want to put it to you that is because of the discipline and hard work that my Sabine sports boys and girls put in. That's why they were able to give us the medals, courtesy of Joshua Cheptegei and Perus. Perus, you're a lady like me, but you make me proud. We need ladies like you. I also want to put it to the Honorable House that Joshua Cheptegei has done a tremendous job in Sebei sub-region. He has put up schools. He has put up a training center to train other young athletes that will replace him tomorrow. Joshua, we cannot take this for granted. The power of your legs has made Sebei to be on the map of Uganda and the world at large. I want to put it to this house that when you are in the New York, when you are in the US, or any other country out of Uganda, when you talk of, when they ask you which country are you from, and you say Uganda, the only way they can identify you is, are you from the Joshua Cheptegei's country? So Joshua, you have made us proud as Ugandans. It's out of his efforts that members, I would like us to have a heart to support Joshua Cheptegei's foundational school. We have a school in Sebei next to the High Altitude Training Center that he has put up, and there are some young souls that are very energetic trying to come up. And it is my humble request and plea that kindly, through you, Right Honorable Speaker, can we support these innocent souls in as far as athletics is concerned? How I wish we as members, they are innocent souls. There is nobody who is guilty members. But what I mean is, these boys and girls, when they mean to raise the flag of Uganda.
Honorable, can you suggest how you want us to support? Yeah, members that's what they're asking.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Mine is, I would suggest, if we could contribute. Members, only 100,000 shillings. Members. Protection, Right Honorable Speaker.
Honorable colleague, you know how we usually do it here. You bring in a list. You can bring in a list right now, and members sign on it. Those who want to contribute.
Those who want, those who have a heart for our
because
people.
some can contribute much more.
Lastly but not least, Right Honorable Speaker, and to the members, I also want to bring it up as a Sebei MP from the region that it is out of this celebration when the sports guys have come back that we as Sabines always have had an opportunity to meet His Excellency the President of Uganda, and in the umbrella or in that docket, the elders of Sebei are always able to bring or to look for solutions to the lasting problems that we have in Sebei. I put it to you, Right Honorable Speaker, that this last happened in 2017, that the elders were able to meet the president. But up to date, we are seeing what our boys are doing, the medals that are bringing to us.
Sorry, Honorable, time is up. We need to give chance to others. Yeah, Honorable Evelyn Chemutai.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Honorable Speaker. I also want to join my sister and honorable colleagues, including the Honorable Minister, to thank Team Uganda and congratulate the able boys and girls the gentlemen and ladies who have made Uganda a very proud country. And always the chairs have made a point that the flag of Uganda is raised in the whole world. Honorable Speaker, these boys and girls come from very humble backgrounds. And it is through their own efforts that they've made they are what they are. As we speak, these young men, actually we have so many unidentified talents that are wasted in the villages. They have not tapped those talents. What they do now is they try to come in villages, they form clubs with no single support. We have young upcoming businessmen who are supporting whoever is willing to run. So they form their small clubs. For example, in Bukwa we have 12 clubs that are self-sustaining. Whoever comes in gives food, you can give clothing, or you can give a housing for those young men. What has happened of late is the few clubs have formed an association. They now go to the district, register, and then try to come to national level so they can get support. So I'm also requesting the Ministry of Education, let's have a special budget for these districts that have these people who run, so that they can be supported from that level, primary level, so that we can have more of these talents. I also want to ask government that every year we have a Heroes Day celebration. I would have asked maybe that we keep setting aside a day to recognize these young men. But we can also have an element of recognizing these young men who are always, every day, not sleeping, running up and down to make sure that Uganda's flag is risen in the whole world. So every day, every year, they must be recognized amid these other heroes. I'm also requesting that maybe, if it pleases the government, we can have some of the stadiums named after, for example, Joshua Cheptegei, who has done the best, or Perus Chamtai. We can have a stadium named after them. I also want to request, before I do that, let me thank, first of all, the coaches and the managers. Some of them are not paid, but they are here standing with these young girls and boys. You find that they are not on payroll, they are running up and down, they make sure that the flag is risen. Next time, Honorable Minister, I request that when we have such an occasion, they should be brought to the House so that they can also be recognized for the achievements they've done. Finally, Honorable Speaker, I pray through you, the Minister, our Ministry of Education, that the big celebration is done back in Sebei, so that all these people from the 3 sub-regions and neighbors and all the members of Parliament, we go and celebrate from Teriet, high altitude, to encourage others, the upcoming sportsmen and sportswomen. Thank you so much, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Twara Fadil.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I also want to take this opportunity to thank our sportsmen who managed to participate the Olympics in Paris this year. And in a special way, I also want to thank government of Uganda for supporting our athletes whenever they need hope. And my brother Joshua Cheptegei and Perus, thank you very much for always making us happy. You know, when they're running, when we see them, we always know that our flag is going to be raised. So for that, we're really, really very happy of you people. Njia, the coaches, Benjamin and Peter, we thank you very much for the efforts you put. Not Benjamin Kamukama, you see, there is Benjamin in Sebei, not Honorable Benjamin Kamukama. You see, these are coaches who always wake up very early in the morning to train with our athletes. Right Honorable Speaker, we have young talents in Sebei that we have not yet exploited. We have them at primary schools, but we know we have a lot of challenges in our playgrounds. When you go to primary schools in Sebei, because of their terrain, they are really in bad shape. If there is any way government would consider grading primary school fields, would still get very many other athletes in Sebei sub-region. And Right Honorable Speaker, there are also pledges. Whenever these people win gold medals, the government pledges them a lot. They pledge them cars, they pledge them money, and they don't give them, Right Honorable Speaker. So it is high time that when we have now gotten this chance, let government also make them happy, so that they get that, they also encourage other young talents to see or to learn from them, Right Honorable Speaker. For those few remarks, I would like to end there. Thank you.
Honorable Felix Chemutai. Felix Chemutai.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I would like to add in the same vein to thank the team who performed wonderfully in Paris. We thank you so much for the work you did in Paris. You showed us that you are really very strong boys and very strong girls. I thank the team, the whole team, the coaches. I want to thank you because out of your work it is what we have now seen. First of all, I want to say that in Kapchorwa, when we saw these people running, we really shouted very highly. But again, I think this was affected all of us. Everybody shouted. I was in Kampala, others were in Kapchorwa, but in every house was, Japtagai, Parus. But I want to say, thank you so much, the church, for performing so well. We are very few people in Uganda. We are a very minority group in Uganda. But see the work they have done. Yes. The minority group. How would we have been known in Uganda? Since we are very few, the minority group in Uganda, it is only out of the legs of these boys and girls that have put us on the map. I'm so appreciative about this work. When Jeptegei Joshua started getting the idea of running, he's my neighbor, very close neighbor at home. He came to my home and asked me for support. I was not yet a member of parliament. I was a teacher in Sebei College. But he came to my home. He requested me for support. But I was not happy about it, because I told him, why do you want to leave school? Why do you want to leave school and go to run? That I see my talent, I'm seeing something in me that can take me somewhere very far. He argued until I said, okay, I'll give you support. That time, they were training from Iten in Kenya. We had no facilities here in Uganda to support them. So I bought for him sports shoes. I gave him some money to take him to Iten. But I want to say, even his first passport to take him out, I supported him. But I'm very proud of him right now. Very proud. Because out of him is what you have seen now. Out of him. He is the mentor for everybody whom you are seeing up here. Like others have said, he has started a school, which is called Cheptegei Junior School. Every year, he sets a day for running for the young people. And these people run the best ones. He takes them to his school and offers free education for them. So, given some years to come, I think we shall be having very many of these youngsters coming from our region. And in addition to that, like you have talked about, I gave him land. Yes, he requested me for land to put a field. I gave him that very place you see is my land.
Switch on Honorable and conclude.
That is the field where the young ones are now training from. I want to thank Perus. I want to thank others, Cheptegei Joshua in particular. Thank you so much for mentoring all these children. In fact, we have a very great future because of you. Yeah, it is not for nothing that Cheptegei Joshua is being blessed. He is blessing. God blesses him, but he's also blessing others. Let there come fundraisings, he's there for us. He's building churches, he's doing so many things. So out of what God has given him, he's also giving out to others. So I want to thank, in particular now this time, government. I want to thank government so much for what he has done to improve the living conditions of these people, of the runners. The government has built a national high-altitude training center in Kapchorwa. Teriet is a wonderful place. I want to thank, in particular, the minister here.
Honorable, we need you on record.
I want to thank the minister here who has done great. And before that, I want to thank the government chief whip. He started it all. And even before him, I want to thank the vice president. We started with him the story of the National High Altitude Training Center. I mean, with her. Then came the government chief whip. Then came and many, many others. Even Majegere here.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Honorable. Yeah. Thank you. Honorable colleagues, and this afternoon, yes, we have a delegation of officials and athletes who participated in the 2024 Olympics that took place in Paris, France, from 26th of July to 11th August. They include Mr. Joshua Cheptegei Kiprui. You can stand up, whoever I read, you can stand up for recognition. Okay. Thank you. Thank you. Ms. Peris Chemutai, silver medalist and national record 3,000 meter steeplechase. Mr. Tom Dradriga, 800 meters. Mr. Martin Magengo Kiprotich participated in 10,000 meters. Mr. Leonard Chemutai, 3,000 meters steeplechase. Mr. Stephen Kisa, marathon. Mr. Andrew Rotich, Kwemoy, marathon. Miss Joy Cheptoyek, 5,000 meters. Miss Esther Chebet, 5,000 meters. Miss Berinda Chemutai, 5,000 meters. Miss Sarah Cherangat, 10,000 meters. Miss Annette Chemengich Chelangat, 10,000 meters. Miss Tera Chesang, marathon. Miss Marceline Chelangat, marathon. Miss Rebecca Cheptegei, Marathon. Mr. Charles Kajimu, Cycling. Wow, I think this one is among, the first Africans here to participate. Yeah.
Right Honourable Speaker, for the record, is a reigning champion of Africa. He's the #1 cyclist in Africa. He won a gold medal in all African
Games.
Games.
Charles Kajimu. Thank you. Ms. Chesanga Grace, Coach Athletics. Mr. Chelangat Peter, Coach Athletics. Ms. Batenga Naksozi, Coach Rowing. Mr. Tone Kasuja, Coach Swimming. Mr. Sam Wonge, Coach Cycling. Mr. Bukenya Ishak, Official. Mr. Otchet Dominic, President, Uganda Athletics Federation. Mr. David Katende, Assistant General Secretary. Mr. Carl Gunter Lange, Special Presidential Assistant, Education and Sports. Ms. Priscilla Ondonga, Physiotherapist. Ms. Patricia Ayebare, Safeguarding Officer. And Ms. Letitia Namtebi, Assertive Representative. They've come to observe proceedings of this House. Colleagues, once again, join me in welcoming them and congratulating them. Colleagues, I want these authorities to see the Prime Minister in Prime Minister's time. It's very, very important. So I suspend the debate for now. We first go for Prime Minister's time, and then we receive business for the preceding week, Prime Minister's time, and then we resume with this motion, with this statement.
Item 8, statement by the Right Honourable Prime Minister on government business for the succeeding week, 20th, 22nd August 2024, pursuant to Rule 28 of the Rules of Procedure.
Thank you. Now, Honourable colleagues, as the Prime Minister is coming, Honourable Cherkut talked about Joshua Cheptegei's center, which I've been promising Joshua to visit. I haven't gotten time, but I will one of these days. He needs your individual support, but also very important for you when you go there and you get that training. You can see the sizes of champions. Now for us political champions, also our sizes. They can't also compete with us when it comes to our sizes. So we are champions in our own way. But we can learn a lot from them in terms of health and all that. But I would urge you to really support. I've given my little support, and with every time he wins, I have to support more. I'm also going to support again. But we can continue supporting. And but I think we can also work closely with the government to ensure this is concluded, so that it doesn't remain on fundraising. He moves on to other things, because he told me now, sometime back, he told me with his age, he's now planning to move to the marathon. So we want him to settle down and start training for marathons. He doesn't continue in fundraisings for a center. It is something we can celebrate with him by completing. Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Right Honourable Speaker and Honourable colleagues, I move under Rule 28 of our Rules of Procedure to present to Parliament a business for the succeeding week. That will take us from 20th to 22nd August this year. That is 2024. Right Honourable Speaker, number 1, the Minister of Water and Environment will present a statement updating the House on the weather forecast in the country. Number 2, a comprehensive statement by the Ministry of Justice and Constitutional Affairs on a roadmap leading to 2026 elections. Number 3, the Ministry of Education and Sports to present a detailed statement to Parliament on boarding school policy. Right Honorable Speaker, the last one is a statement by the Minister of Disaster Preparedness and Refugees on the plans for people living in susceptible disaster areas of the Rwenzori and Mount Elgon as we are approaching the rainy season. Right Honorable Speaker, I beg to submit.
Thank you, Right Honorable Prime Minister.
Item 9 on the order paper, Prime Minister's time.
Right Honorable Prime Minister.
Right Honorable Speaker and Honorable colleagues, I got a written question from the Honorable Auma Wandera, District Woman Representative, Busia. She states that Busia municipality has one public secondary school. That is Busia Secondary School in Western Division. That in 2018, the President, while at Madivira Primary School, at a function, offered to help the people of Eastern Division to start a secondary school under the government policy of having a secondary school in every sub-county or division. That in 2019, the community of the Eastern Division, Busia municipality, mobilized for the school and started it. Currently, according to her, the school has over 800 students, and her prayers are that when is the government grant aiding the school, and 2, when is the construction commencing, and 3, that when will the recruitment of staff who have been volunteering since 2019 begin. That Honorable Speaker and Honorable colleagues, my response is as follows. The community school mentioned provided a land title with an area of 1.4 acres. However, on ground, it is 1.7 acres, which is still insufficient. The minimum area for the construction of a seed school is 5 acres in an urban area such as Busia municipality. However, there is a primary school neighboring the site which is having enough land. If it is acceptable to the community and local leadership, the ideal solution would be to process one land title for both the primary and secondary schools. Then the buildings for the secondary school would fit within the 1.7 acres, while the staff houses and playground would be located on the land near the primary school. Honorable Speaker and honorable members, we request leaders to harmonize on the land so that government can support this initiative. Government will grant and build after the issues of land are addressed. The construction of the school will commence when the money is provided for in the budget. Honorable Speaker and honorable members, government is engaging the local leadership on the matter for availability of land for the construction. The grant aiding is a cheaper alternative, as you all know, compared to the construction of a fully-fledged secondary school, which requires approximately 3.3 billion. The second question, Right Honorable Speaker, came from Honorable Persons Kinshaba, Nkunda, Kanungu District, that there is guidance from the Ministry of Education and Sports about government schools not to have boarding students and pupils. Many schools do not know about that policy because they have not received formal communication. Additionally, ministers and other top government officials have been attending fundraising functions to build dormitories. And our prayer is that are there special schools and districts with exemptions to have boarding facilities, and are these government officials attending such fundraisings aware of the policy? My response, Right Honourable Speaker and Honourable Members, is that the spirit of universal education is to increase access to education, especially for the disadvantaged children. Hence, these schools are expected to operate as day schools. In the event that a school would like to operate a boarding section, it must follow the guidelines issued by the Ministry of Education and Sports. It is entirely under the management of the school and its government to ensure that the school meets the requirements for operation of the boarding section. Therefore, the boarding of learners should be optional, not a must. Additionally, schools are allowed to operate a boarding section after they have been given permission by the Permanent Secretary, the Ministry of Education and Sports. Right Honourable Speaker and Honourable Members, they are expected to write to the Permanent Secretary using the provided application forms, which are forwarded by the respective local governments. The Permanent Secretary then requests the Directorate of Education Standards to carry out a compliance inspection, and depending on the findings, the Directorate of Education Standards submits the application forms to the Permanent Secretary, Ministry of Education and Sports. If the school meets the requirements, then the Permanent Secretary issues a certificate of authority to operate a boarding facility. It is only after the acquisition of this permission that the school is allowed to operate a boarding section. Right Honourable Speaker, all this is meant to secure the safety, security, and the health of our learners. Therefore, schools which operate such unauthorized boarding sections and conduct fundraisings do it against the ministry position, and they are aware of it. The question number 3 came from Kiza Acrobat Moses, Bugendera constituency. Lato Bugendera, on several occasions you have met members of parliament, that me, from the disaster-prone districts, especially the districts at high risk such as Bududa, Bundibujo, Kasese, Ntoroko, Namusindwa, Buhweju, Bulambuli, etc. And that it has always been resolved that Office of the Prime Minister and the Ministry of Works and Transport would urgently fix the washed away bridges and work on the damaged road infrastructure beyond the capacity of the districts. To date, according to him, he has not seen critical intervention, especially in the Bundibujo district, to have the washed away bridges and damaged roads worked on. And his prayers are that when with the office, my office, in collaboration with the Ministry of Works and Transport, implement the plan to have the damaged bridges and roads in Bundibujo and the other flood-prone districts. That number 2, that can the Office of the Prime Minister help in finding a permanent solution for River Kirunya in Ntotoro sub-county in Bundibujo district, which has continuously displaced communities living near the river. Right Honorable Speaker and Honorable Members, my response is that it is true. My office has been coordinating the interventions funded and supported by the Ministry of Finance, Planning and Economic Development in Ibundibujo district towards the construction of road bridges where possible. In the financial year 2023-2024, the Ministry of Finance, through the Roads Maintenance Grant, established 1 billion Uganda shillings to support construction of low-cost bridges, and so far, 2 small bridges have been constructed in Ibundibujo. However, there has been a challenge of availability and timely release of funds to implement the necessary activities, an issue that is being addressed. 2 arch bridges were constructed using the 1 billion road grant. Additionally, 3 cable bridges at rivers Tokwe, Sandira, and Nyahuka were constructed by an NGO called Bridges to Prosperity, a non-government organization, and has also supported the district by constructing bridges for pedestrians, cyclists, and animal use. That Honorable Speaker, on the floods mitigation in Ntoroko, my office, together with the World Food Program and Food and Agricultural Organization, that is FAO, have supported the district with technical supervision and funds to implement mitigation interventions in form of flood embankment construction along the riverbank areas of River Semuliki. World Food Program provided 377 million Uganda shillings to the district for works supervised by the Department of Works and Engineering of the district. That Honorable Speaker and Honorable colleagues, my office, the Ministry of Water and Environment, World Food Program, and the FAO, that is Food and Agriculture Organization, and Uganda Red Cross Society, together with the districts of Bundibujo, Kasese, Ntoroko, and Kisoro, are currently developing a multi-hazard early warning to increase resilience and enhance early and anticipatory actions of communities to disaster incidents. Lastly, in addition to the construction above, my office has constructed a new health facility after the old one in Ibundibujo got flooded in 2020. Number 4, Honorable Joke Andrew Oranya, Member of Parliament Omoro, and his prayer is that we appeal to government to take keen interest in prioritizing the setting up of seed schools, secondary schools in war-affected areas, in addition to technical or vocational institutions, and coding and aid granting community schools. My response, Right Honorable Speaker, is that Uganda Secondary Education Expansion Project, USIP, targets refugee hosting districts, war-affected communities, and those with no government-aided secondary schools in the sub-county. We have 32 new schools in the refugee hosting districts and 61 schools to be expanded, totaling to 93. These are supporting the war-affected populations. Number 5, the Honorable George Didi Boka, Member of Parliament, Obonji constituency. He says that the leaders and people of Obonji district appreciate government of Uganda through the Ministry of Agriculture, Animal Industry and Fisheries for benefiting from agro-mechanization program. Obongi district, according to him, received 1 4-wheel tractor and 6 hand-operated tractors from the Ministry of Agriculture 8 months ago. According to him, to date, the tractor implements such as plows have not been purchased, hence making the tractors idle despite the farmers being ready to use them. And his prayer, according to him, when does the government intend to purchase the tractor implements to allow the farmers in Obongi use the tractors effectively? My response, Right Honorable Speaker, that the Ministry of Agriculture, Animal Industry and Fisheries supported the northern sub-region with both high and low capacity tractors, that's the second 2-wheel drive and 4-wheel drive implements, to all the districts, including the skilling and capacity development of the selected personnel as operators and technicians to support in the operation and maintenance of the mechanization equipment and machinery. For the case of Obongi, Right Honorable Speaker, Obongi and other districts where the 4-wheel drive and 2-wheel drive tractors were delivered and other implements will be delivered. The assorted units of the tractors and implements are now under shipment and are expected to be delivered by first week of September this year. Number 6, Honorable Kiza Kenneth Nyendwoha, Member of Parliament, Bujenje, that is Masindi District. His concern is about the continued falling of sugarcane prices across the country, yet there is scarcity of the raw materials of sugarcane. Most millers are harvesting sugarcane at 12 months. And his prayer is what is government's intervention to mitigate this? Right Honorable Speaker and honorable members, my response is that the sugar industry is one of the fastest growing industries in the economy of Uganda under the manufacturing sector, contributing over 300 billion Uganda shillings in taxes annually and employing over 100,000 Ugandans directly. The annual production of brown sugar is 600,000 metric tons, and the industrial refined sugar at 75,000 metric tons. The industry also produces over 150 megawatts of electricity from the sugarcane pulp, of which about 70 megawatt is supplied to the national grid. In a liberal economy like Uganda, Right Honorable Speaker, the prices of commodities are determined by market forces of demand and supply. We have recently experienced a decline in sugarcane prices, and this is attributed to the following reasons. 1, decline in sugar prices globally. The price of sugar has declined from Uganda shillings 250 per 50 kilogram bag in January 2024 to currently between 140 to 154 Uganda shillings per 50 kilogram bag. This decline directly impacts on the price of sugar cane, which contributes 60% of raw materials. 1 ton, that is 1,000 kilograms of sugar cane, produces 100 kilograms of brown sugar, at least 2 bags of sugar. The practice is that the farmer and the miller share the output by 50%. Therefore, the farmer is paid half of the cost of the 2 bags of sugar produced, leaving the miller with another half. That Honorable Speaker, the second one is importation of brown and white sugar by neighboring countries, especially Kenya and Tanzania, from outside East African Community duty-free. The imported sugar from global leading producers such as Brazil and India is much cheaper and renders Uganda's sugar uncompetitive in the East African market. When there are external forces that distort the market, cane prices definitely drop. Honorable Speaker, the third one is that farmers growing cane without off-take contracts with millers. Honorable Speaker, some farmers with cane fields that are not registered suffer miserably because millers prioritize to crush cane from their registered farmers and nuclear estates only. Government has put in place the following measures to mitigate the fall in sugar cane prices. 1, through the line ministries, that is Ministry of Trade, Industry and Cooperatives, and the Ministry of Agriculture, Animal Industry and Fisheries, government will support farmers to register the cane fields through cooperative societies. This will enable them to receive government support through our already established programs like Paris Model, extension services from MAIF, NADS, joint marketing of cane and self-regulation. Ministry of Trade, Industries and Cooperatives will support the industry to produce other products such as ethanol, pepper, and fertilizer to increase income of our farmers. Question number 7, Honorable Joke Andrew, Member of Parliament Omoro District. He says that we appreciate government's prioritization of the Guru Opit Lachok Road. Government should consider it in the next financial year since the feasibility study and technical design will have been concluded by October 2024 according to UNRA. And his prayer, can government update the House on the status and timeliness of this road? My response, Right Honorable Speaker and honorable colleagues, the road is a national road which is managed by the Ministry of Works and Transport through Uganda National Roads Authority, and that UNRA has always included the resources for the maintenance of this road in their budget, and will continue to undertake the maintenance works of the unpaved road within the maintenance budget. Honorable Speaker, the feasibility studies and detailed design for the upgrading of the Guru Opit Rachok Road, that is 91 kilometers, are ongoing and are planned for completion in this financial year. The construction works will subsequently be done once these studies and designs are completed. I would therefore like to assure the honorable members that the government of Uganda is committed to ensuring the road network is developed and maintained to a high standard to support the social economic transformation of that part of the country and Uganda as a whole. Honorable Naruima Betty, District Woman Representative Wakiso. Her prayer is that government should update on the delayed mass renewal of national identity cards. Right Honorable Speaker and colleagues, below is an update on the status of the mass enrollment of the unregistered citizens and the mass renewal of the national identity cards that are due to expire starting 26 August this month, 2024. The National Identification and Registration Authority, that is NIRA, scheduled a country-wide exercise aimed at renewing the 15.8 million national IDs that are due to expire on 26 August 2024, and to register the 17.2 million people unregistered citizens. The same exercise aims to facilitate extraction of the electoral register by 30th November this year. That Honorable Speaker and Honorable colleagues, the exercise had been scheduled to commence on 1st June this year, but experienced delays and challenges regarding the procurement and implementation of the new National Security Information System, which system is the backbone of the exercise to be implemented. The procurement process for the vendor to deliver and implement the system was concluded and the contract signed on 8th July this year. The contract signing marked a key milestone and kickoff of the mobilization phase. Right Honorable Speaker and honorable members, the following statistics are key to the planning and successful delivery of the mass renewal and mass enrollment exercise. 1, unregistered citizens, the ones I told you, the 17.2 million people. Number 2, cards expiring by January 2025. There are 3.7 million. Cards expiring beginning this month 26, that is 1 week away, to 30th December 2025, at 15.8. Delivery of data to Electoral Commission by 30th November, like I've already told you, this year. Original planned start date was 1st June, like I've already told you, this year. Citizens registered are projected to be 27.3 million people. Cards issued, 17.3 million. That Honorable Speaker and honorable colleagues, the following activities towards the implementation of the mass enrollment and mass renewal exercise have been completed. You will read from your iPads. The key items on the critical path of the exercise have been in place before commencement of the exercise, and these are delivery of the 5,650 biometric registration kits. Number B is delivery of blank cards, and C, the following 5 software modules. 1, that is the NID cards renewal module. 2, new registrations module. 3, replace card module. And 4, change of particulars module. And 5 is get fast ID module. Right Honorable Speaker, of personalization of the card printing and personalization equipment. And then E, the data center hardware, including hardware security modules. Then the data migration and the AB solution. Despite the unexpected delays, government has taken measures to ensure that all persons eligible for voting in 2026 will have their details captured within the timelines outlined in the Electoral Commission roadmap. Commencement of the project is expected before 15th October this year. And as soon as the equipment arrives in the country, the exercise will begin within the set timelines. That is why government has extended the national IDs for 1 year. Number 9, Honorable Ochero Norman, Member of Parliament, Wall County, Abim District. He says that Right Honorable Prime Minister we allow him to thank government for compensating its people wherever losses occur to them, like it's done with the cooperatives and the other regions on animal compensation. However, for the case of Abim district, they are not appearing anywhere on the list to be compensated. And his people are asking, or her people are asking, his people, no man, are asking why they are being left out. According to him, it is important to note that the ASA or ESA, ESO, the ESO ethnic group of 141,000 people in Abim are Karamojong, who do not raid, but always raided. That is non-raiding community. They have been raided not only by the cattle rustlers, according to him, but that even the government militia and rebel groups, including the Road Resistance Army, RRA. And his prayers that can I inform the House why Abim district is not appearing anywhere on the list for war debt claimants to be compensated? Then his second question is that can government allocate funds in the next financial year budget to cater for the compensation of the people of Abim district? Right Honorable Speaker, this is my last question, my last answer and response, that government commenced the compensation exercise of war debt claimants and beneficiaries in Acholi, Lango, and Tesho sub-regions for their lost livestock in the year 2021. This was after verification and validation of the war debt claimants by both the Inter-Ministerial Committee and the district structures in conjunction with elders from the community. In that regard, it is important to note that government's policy is limited to compensating the war debt claimants and beneficiaries for lost livestock, that is cattle. Right Honorable Speaker, similarly, in the year 2020, government commenced the verification of claimants in the Karamoja sub-region, including Abim, which is being conducted by the district structures, and that is the Chief Administrative Officer, the District Internal Security Officers, the District Veterinary Officers, the local councils 1, 2, 3, and 5, and sub-county chiefs in conjunction with elders of the community and in consultation with the affected communities that are confirming genuine claimants and beneficiaries. That Honorable Speaker, Cabinet in 2021, however, decided that given that the people of Karamoja region were keeping their animals in kraals, some of which were affected, we await Cabinet's decision on this matter. That Honorable Speaker and colleagues, I beg to submit.
Thank you, Right Honorable Prime Minister. Questions for answer, Honorable Kazini, Honorable Kabusu, Honorable Tabandeke, Honorable Tara.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity. Mr. Speaker, 8 years ago, the Office of the Prime Minister, through the leadership of Changwa Refugee Settlement, they settled the people of Bukinda, Michangwali Sub-County, Chikove District, to a place called Icheya. And they promised to construct roads and the schools and the health centers for them. But 8 years now, nothing has been done. I beg the Prime Minister and her office to give us an answer. I thank you.
Right Honorable Prime Minister. Can see not even a minute. That's how we do the questions now. And the answers also short, we get many.
Right Honorable Speaker, the issue the member is raising is known to me. We had a meeting recently to discuss on how to have, especially the children going to school, where they would have education. And we are on track. We shall provide those schools and health centers, even roads.
Thank you. Honorable Moses Kabuso.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, early this year, Ministry of Agriculture banned fishing of silverfish using a method. It was called hurry-up method. This method had been okayed and licensed by the Ministry of Agriculture itself, and many fishermen who were catching this silverfish have been waiting for further guidance from Ministry of Agriculture or government itself on what to do, since most of them had procured fishing gears, including nets, boats, and other fishing equipment on what to do with it. So the fishermen need guidance from the Ministry of Agriculture or government on how to survive, since they have no other means of survival in the lake. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I remember the Honorable Helen Nachimuri Karanga had raised the same issue. And Buvuma.
It is because the members raised this question 2 weeks ago that we initiated a strategy to involve the fishers themselves in coming up with a strategy. Right Honorable Speaker, very soon we are going to open
procedure.
Prime Minister's question time. Procedure?
To procedure. Madam.
Procedure? That's good. Procedure.
I'm
if we
so
are
sorry.
not proceeding well.
I'm so sorry, Right Honorable Prime Minister, for interrupting you, but I'm raising a point of procedure. Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, about 2 weeks ago, or 3, if I can remember, when this matter came up, the Right Honorable Prime Minister promised to have a meeting with the affected MPs from the islands. Wouldn't it be procedural okay if she would inform this House whether the commitment she undertook before this House was really implemented and how far they reached, Mr. Speaker? Because by now,
thank you.
I thought it would be procedural okay if she would be giving us a report of the outcome of the meeting she promised to hold. Thank you. Right.
Now, the problem is I don't know what she was going to answer. I don't know whether that's what she was going to update us on. So let's first give her a chance.
Thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker. Honorable members, a number of members of Parliament attended that meeting. We already had one. And I request that when we invite you, no, we have had one. Who is the chairperson of Agriculture, who is new. Even today we had a meeting. She can tell you if she's here. Yes.
Honorable Kayondo.
Honorable Speaker, the Parliament of Uganda is very clear and it has clear ways of how it communicates to members of Parliament. I don't know whether the Prime Minister is proceeding well to stand on the floor of Parliament and she's saying she communicated to members of Parliament, because I'm from the affected area. We look incompetent. We look as if we are not following that she communicated to us. Is she proceeding well, Mr. Speaker?
Thank you. Now, you're making it difficult for me because this was not a meeting of Parliament. This was a meeting between the Prime Minister and members, and she knows how she communicates. They might be having a different method of communicating. Maybe, Right Honourable Prime Minister, you've seen there are critical members from the fishing communities who missed the meeting. Maybe you could have another one specifically with the fishing community. Honourable Kaya?
Thank you, Right Honourable
Speaker, Right Honorable Speaker, to be sincere, this meeting never took place. None of us from the fishing community attended the meeting. Let us be honest, this issue is affecting our people and people are concerned.
Thank you.
Women are involved, they have borrowed PDM money. They cannot trade. It is an issue.
I think what is important, of course, the Prime Minister also, you know how you can be overwhelmed. I was in that office. She uses technical people that call these meetings. Right, Honorable, I think you can now call for MPs from fishing communities.
Who attend?
Right, Honorable Prime Minister?
Right,
No,
Honorable Speaker.
But Honorable colleagues, let me first guide you. Prime Minister's time is protected under the rules. We cannot have adjoining questions. Only the leader of opposition has the right of reply. I have just I have accommodated the road, but let's stick to it, to the rule as it is Rule 41. Right, Honorable Prime Minister?
Honorable Speaker, I pledge that I will invite members myself. And I pledge that I will call you and make sure that you people answer, including you yourself. And for you, you have always been in my office, you.
Thank you. Yeah, so let's take it up seriously. So, I'd pick Honorable Tebandeke.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, close to 12 villages in my constituency, in Galilaya, Sub-County and Bale, have been affected by the floods. The only one school in Ntimba Parish, which the Prime Minister knows very well, has been submerged into the waters. And the offices for the beach management unit offices in Ntimba has also been affected. The road connecting 4 LOCs of Ntimba, Chitwe, and Karenge have equally been submerged into the water. Right Honorable Prime Minister, can your office provide with our people some relief items like food, utensils, iron sheet, as permanent solutions await?
Thank you. Right Honorable Prime Minister.
Right Honorable Speaker and Honorable colleagues, the member has been to my office over the same, and I promise that an assessment team, I believe, has already gone there, because when you came to my office, I promised, and the PS was also present. Then we agreed that we shall relocate some of your people to the land that was bought by the office of the Prime Minister, and the matter will be sorted.
Thank you. On Dr. Tara.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Mr. Speaker, sir, I arise to raise the issue of insecurity around Tororo and Bukedi generally. Yesterday, we woke up to the gruesome murder of the late Mr. Joseph Olokojo, a retired head teacher of St. Peter's College, Tororo, who was gruesomely tortured, burnt, and left for dead, and finally he succumbed to massive burn wounds at Mulago National Referral Hospital. Now, Right Honorable Speaker, in the past 3 months, we have been witnessing a lot of robberies and murders in Tororo, particularly murders of border riders and the people who have made investment out of their PDM money.
Question, Honorable.
My question, Mr. Speaker, is what government is doing to curtail this level of insecurity that is now rising, and 2, that government takes responsibility to help this family of Mr. Olokojo, who has been cut short, whose life has been cut short.
Minister for Internal Affairs. The Prime Minister has agreed with me that where there is a minister, I can call a minister directly.
I've heard, Right Honourable Speaker and honourable members, the concern of the Honourable Tada. It's unfortunate. Dr. Otala. I will find out exactly regarding this particular case and the measures that have been taken to investigate and find the culprits, but also going forward to curtail and stop such incidents from happening. Regarding compensation, my boss, the Prime Minister, will respond to that one.
Honourable Minister, this issue has been awash with the media, on social media. Seems it has shocked very many people. I think before burial, you need something preliminary at least to help cool the monarchs. Yes. Honourable Nangori, Honourable Namboze. Honourable Nangori.
Thank you so much, Right Honourable. Madam Prime Minister, my question, Honourable colleagues, you may remember last week I raised an issue to do with science teachers.
Just wait, Honourable Nangori. Honourable colleagues, I get concerned when I pick a colleague and then some of you keep, now me, please, we are still here. Maybe if you want to speak and go, you can inform me. Then I will allow you to speak, you go. If you want to leave me here. But let's take our time. We are going to be here. I promised you at the beginning that I'm going to give you time so that we address most of your issues before we go to the weekend. Yeah.
Thank you.
Honourable Nango, will start now?
Thank you, Right Honourable. Right Honourable and Honourable colleagues, you may recall last week I raised an issue here to do with science teachers who are administrators of secondary schools, both head teachers and deputy head teachers who are earning a lower pay by virtue of being administrators of secondary schools. And yet they are scientists by profession and by training. And there's a directive on that effect that was issued last year by His Excellency the President to the Minister of Public Service to ensure that this position is harmonized effective 1st July. We are now in August. The teachers are in dilemma. They don't know what is happening because they have not been notified whether their salaries have been enhanced or not. My question to the Prime Minister is to give a clear position to the country for the teachers to know, because it's bringing a lot of problems. As I told, teachers are advocating for early retirement because of...
Honourable Minister for Public Service, some of the teachers told me they want to go back to become teachers because their counterparts are earning more than them, yet they are all scientists.
Right Honourable Speaker, that should not happen. Indeed, this issue has come up, and as public service, we brought it to the attention of the Ministry of Finance so that it can be harmonized. It's a simple matter. And we have now, yes, it is clear, because we agreed science teachers must, their salary must be enhanced, and it was enhanced. Now for the administrators, it follows suit as well. So we have brought it to the attention of the Minister of Finance. Oh,
Honourable Minister, please go on.
Yes. And yes, Finance recently made a commitment that's going to correct that anomaly so that the administrators, and there are not very many, about 550, that is going to be put right, and they are made comfortable and they get the pay which is actually due to them. Thank you.
Honourable Minister for Finance, let's conclude this issue for God's sake. Okay? When can we sort this, Honourable Minister for Finance? And that's why we like young people in such a positions. They are quick.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It is true we are involved in discussions with public service and our ministry to handle the matter. We got a directive from the President, and we have, together with public service, we are finding a mechanism of implementing it.
Honourable Minister, when do you think you can update us? When can we be updated?
Mr. Speaker, I don't want to promise what I cannot deliver.
No, I'm saying updating.
Yes.
You see, updating includes saying we have failed, or we have been able to do it. That's what I'm
Mr.
saying.
Speaker, let's consult, we shall update the House.
Let's report back within 2 weeks, Honourable Minister, on the update. And updating does not mean it's an answer, we have cleared it. No, updating can be, we have not yet gotten the money. Yeah, but we need an update. You see, honourable colleagues, when you meet someone really, it's an issue which is cross-cutting in the country with a very clear presidential directive. I think we can work together, and on this one, you really have so much support from the whole House. Yeah. Honourable Namboze.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. Madam Prime Minister, for some years now, when Uganda Railway Corporation has been inactive, communities along the track have grown and used and expanded into new villages. They have, in the meantime, provisionally created access routes as way of level crossing points along the line or at various points. A case in point is 9 villages in Mukono municipality, which include Chitale, Namiryango, Chungu, Chisenyi, Katikolo, Senyi Degeya, Chirowoza, Buwanyi, and Nsube. However, recently, during the rehabilitation of the line, officers of UPDF crossed these access routes, and many villages, the ones I've pointed out in my constituents, people can no longer access their homes, and at some points, they are even made to pay money in a way of bribe to UPDF officers for them to cross to their villages. The question is, because of the growing population and the expansion of the residential areas, especially in the metropolitan area, when is government thinking about gazetting new level crossing, railway crossing points for people to access their villages that have been newly set up? And two, what are you thinking about letting the people provisionally use these access points to access their areas as we await for the official gazettement of the level crossing points? Thank you.
Right, Honourable.
Right Honourable Speaker, I will provide an answer next week.
Thank you. Yes, Honourable Serubura, Honourable Komakech, Honourable Chiba Agnes.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. Right Honourable Speaker, as we are celebrating our athletes, Right Honourable Speaker, it came to my notice that in 2019, one of our medalists, Nakai Halima, won for us gold in Doha. And then the president promised her a car and a very good house for her parents. Nakai's parents reside in a remote village called Sese in the Najembe division, Lugazi municipality. As the parents are aging, they are not seeing their promise coming true. So I've addressed this several times to Honorable Juang. I believe as he's here, he can give us the answer. Thank you very much. Ogwang, thank you very much.
Honourable Minister.
Thank you very much, Right Honourable Speaker, Honourable colleague, for asking that question. First of all, let me make clear the record. The President did agree on the following in terms of appreciating the efforts of our children who perform well. Number one is what we call All African Games. It is true, he did commit to support her with the car. I am yet to get a directive on the house. Number two, like now, our children who have won gold medals in the just concluded Olympics. It is true, the President normally supports them with stipends. And I want to confirm, like that sister of mine, she has a stipend which she earns from State House directly to her account every month. And I want to say this, that Honorable, my sister Halima, will be able to get her car because I'm following it up with the State House controller. Now,
Honorable Komake. Yeah. I'm sorry, Honorable Ministers. This session we do very short answers to accommodate as many questions as possible before we go into the weekend.
Right Honorable Speaker, thank you so much. Right Honorable Speaker, I'm one of a few Ugandan who have been privileged to move the entire country. However, Right Honorable Speaker, now that the Parliament of Uganda is coming to northern region, Acholi sub-region, we are peaceful in Acholi sub-region. But Right Honorable Speaker and Right Honorable Prime Minister, the roadblocks we have from Kampala to Gulu, I can count them and lose count. And in these roads, we have policemen and military officers. And all they do, they are not actually trailing private cars. They are trailing vehicles that are meant to have a business in the region. Right Honorable Prime Minister, what is happening in northern region to have those many barricades that hamper business? Thank you so much.
Minister for Internal Affairs.
I get the concern of the Honorable Komakech about the inconvenience. Those roadblocks, lately the ones I know were for the soldiers especially, they had been in discipline growing on our roads, especially using our uniforms to breach traffic regulations. And I think it has lessened. But also, resolving one problem and then going into another one is now what we need to do, because now we are inconveniencing other road users. Good intention, but I think it should be time specific.
So share it within your security circles, Honorable. Honorable Chibagnes, then Honorable Award.
Thank you very much, the Right Honorable Speaker. I read something whereby the Teaching Service Commission is going to employ about 6,000 teachers. But at the same time, 5,000 teachers are applying for early retirement. Looking at our education system, when we look at the pupil ratio to the teachers, things are not well. What plans are there to mitigate this problem in the education sector? Thank you.
Honorable Minister for Education. Pupil-teacher ratio.
Mr. Speaker, first of all, I'd like to thank my colleague, but I want to request that I bring a comprehensive written answer to that question my colleague has asked. I thank you.
Honorable Achibagnes, make it a structured question to the Prime Minister, that it can be answered during Prime Minister's question. Honorable Bitters Award.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Prime Minister, our women from Gulu Main Market ask me, especially those fishmongers, that they want to demonstrate, march to Kampala, because their children are home. Their children, the good thing is that Parliament is even going to what? To Gulu City. The market vendors, the women in the market, they join hands with the women from Kitgum Main Market. And it is on the silverfish. They have loans. So this silverfish is not only affecting the fishing areas, but it is also non-fishing areas. The women there depend entirely on this silverfish trading for their children, for their survival, and when they stopped, they have the loans and everything. What answer can you give to these women? I told them not to demonstrate until when I bring this issue to Parliament as an issue of national importance.
Thank you.
What can you say about it? Thank you.
And if you don't, they demonstrate.
Yes. They will demonstrate.
Right Honorable Speaker and Honorable Members, first and foremost, I want to thank my sister, the Honorable Betty. I knew Honorable Betty since when she was a councillor of Gulu district. I was also a district councillor in Ichivari. So we have known each other for that long. I request that you continue to inform our mothers that demonstration is not always the answer. We shall handle their issue. Government, the NRM government, which you all know, is an able government, and we shall handle this.
Thank you. Honorable Pinde Bomari, Honorable Mutemburi.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, my question is almost the same like that of the Honorable. Right Honorable Speaker, in 2016, there is an athlete, a para-athlete, an athlete with disability by the names of David Emong, who went in the Paralympic Games of Rio and won this country's silver medal. And the government promised to give him a car, and also the money that is being given to athletes is the able-bodied athletes. Until now, from 2016, that man has struggled to get his entitlement, but he has not got. I want to ask the Prime Minister whether there is a disabled medal, that because that medal was disabled is the reason why this disabled athlete is not getting the things like the able-bodied athletes are going. Right Honorable Speaker, this Emong is also going to compete in the Paris Paralympic Games 2 weeks to come. But he has lost hope in this country. Can I know from the Prime Minister when my athlete is getting his entitlement?
Honorable Gwang, Minister for Sports.
Thank you very much. Like I earlier on said that Olympics, Commonwealth, All African Games, a gold medal for those games, for specific those competitions are given award by each the president. And I'm aware and I'm in touch and I'm following up with the State House Controller on the car for Emong. On the issue of the stipends, I am going to verify with the records. You might, honorable colleagues, you might have to, or let's have a meeting so that I cross-check with the State House. You might be receiving his stipends, and you as their representative might not be aware because I have the list. I thank you.
Thank you. And Honorable, reach out to the authority. Honorable Mutemburi.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. My question is to the Right Honorable Prime Minister. You are aware of the project of Namutumba Butareja Mbale Road. The last time you updated us, you told us that the government had signed a contract with China Power Company, and you promised that very soon they would commence the construction process. However, to date, nothing has happened. Can you please update the country as to when this will commence? Thank you.
Right Honorable Speaker and honorable members, what I'm aware is that the contract was signed. I will make a follow-up and update my brother whether the company has already mobilized, but we have not gone there to commission that road, because usually when they are commissioning, I get to know. So I will update you.
Honorable Kupa, Honorable Kotogong.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, in 2022-23 financial year, and again 23-24, we did approve schools for grant aiding, both primary and secondary. We passed money, but to date, apart from the circular which was sent in July last year, that they are going to recruit the teachers, of which Education Service Commission has done the interviews. But 2 years down the road, the teachers have not been deployed to the schools. And yet the parents had stopped contributing because the new government has taken over. So may I know when the teachers are going to be deployed, because the interviews were carried?
Minister of Education.
Right Honorable Speaker and colleagues, you are aware we deploy when we have the what? The wage. For this matter, I want to really follow up with the Honorable Elijah whether we received the money. If we had received the money, we would have already deployed those teachers. But the truth is, we cannot deploy when we do not have the money for their salaries.
Honourable Minister, can you cross-check?
I can cross-check and report back. I can. Thank you.
Thank you. Honourable Kotogo. And then Honourable Slaje Zama.
Right Honourable Prime Minister, our able Prime Minister, you are aware, due to climatic change, Lake Kyoga has outburst its banks and went into the fields, cultivation field of our farmers. They have lost land, they have nowhere to settle, they have nowhere to cultivate. Is there any plan by government to resettle my people in a Deknino sub-county, in Kwera sub-county, Kangai sub-county, Okwangudul sub-county, and Agwata? So is there any, because they have nowhere to go, nowhere to cultivate, is there any plan, my able Prime Minister, to support my people, get land to cultivate? That is their livelihood.
Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Right Honourable Speaker and Honourable Members, like I said sometime back here, that the lakes and rivers are reclaiming their boundaries. And so we need to inform our people that they have to respect the boundaries nature has put in place. So the office of the Prime Minister, together with you, Honourable Brother, we need to go on ground and make sure that we assess the extent of damage and see how best government can buy land for your people and relocate them, like we have done in other parts of the country.
Honourable Siraji, Honourable Bashisha.
Thank you very much, Right Honourable Speaker. Right Honourable Prime Minister, the government had secured the land for industrial parks in West Nile. When is the government putting up these factories and industries in order to get employment there?
Right Honourable.
Right Honourable Speaker and Honourable Members, government has set up industrial parks using a number of methods. We have those that are under State House. We have those that are operated by private people. We also have those that are being established directly by the Ministry of Trade and Industries. So the member will be given information when I get actually which, whether it is State House, whether it is under Ministry of Trade and Industries, or it's private, so that we know how to deal with the matter. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Honourable Washisha.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. Right Honourable Prime Minister, I have a concern from my people
they appreciate the effort the government put in intervening in their poverty problems. But the challenge is that most of those people who benefit, they're the same. Those who benefit from, for example, Bonawa Gagaware, are the same people who eat nuts. They are the ones eating emyoga. They are the same now eating PDM. The question is, Right Honorable Prime Minister, don't we have a system that can tell that this one has been benefiting right from the day people started to get these funds, so that they can give way for others also to benefit? Thank you so much.
Thank you. Right Honorable.
Right Honorable Speaker and members, PDM, like we have always come here to inform you, is for the local poor. Yes, the local poor. They are starting, the peasants, kukolera kida chonka at the president. Now, where the policy is, the members of the parish, the communities, appoint the parish circle leaders. We also have the parish development committee headed by the LC2 chairperson. And this was agreed in order for us to now avoid these people who have been, they have been reporting to the president that those people serve themselves, they serve themselves. Begabira boka in Uganda. And so, members, we also have an obligation as members of parliament to monitor and do oversight, and also help our people to identify the actual people who are supposed to benefit. So I request the honorable member to also get involved in this, as we also now go through the monitoring structures, the RDCs, the local leaders, because we have local leaders at every level. Thank you so much.
Honorable Kevin Kala, Honorable Nowerin Kisembo, Honorable Komor, Honorable Babunji. Honorable colleagues, today I want to pick all the questions that are, so just to know, but I need company. My fear is around some of you and you escape.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Last weekend I was in my district, and it so happened that I had 2 patients in our district hospital. I went to visit them, but to my dismay, I found that in my district hospital, due to overwhelming numbers, both male and female children are all sleeping in the same wards. I found it not so good. So my question to the Right Honorable Prime Minister, what is the plan considering to build new wards for district hospitals, especially Palisa Hospital has been an old district, and we have very, very old wards since the time of Obote. We don't have new wards. So I want to ask my Right Honorable Prime Minister, what's the way forward? Because Palisa Hospital houses...
Right Honorable Prime Minister.
Right Honorable Speaker and honorable members, I take the concern of the member. I was an RDC in Palisa, and so I know the hospital. And yes, I have moved around. I've been around for some time. Like most of you members. So I am part of Palisa. I request that Honorable Kara, we team up and make sure that you and me come up with a strategy to make sure that the Ministry of Health can provide some funding so that we work on your ward.
Dodos knows? Oh, I had allowed Chibare, then Dodos no. Oh, Honorable Doctor here wants to clarify something. Just take advantage.
I heard the honorable member saying the female children and the male children were sharing a ward. No. He said children, and I just want to clarify that there is no problem with the males and females for children to be in the same ward. Actually, wards are arranged. It's only the adults where we separate women and men, but for children we have pediatric wards which cover both sexes. I just wanted to clarify it.
Because some adults have bad intentions. Okay, yes.
And in the medical world, children are up to 12 years. Because from 13 years, you get adulthood diseases. Just for information.
Thank you, Doctor. We always take advantage of professionals in the house. Yes, Honorable Nowerin Kisembo, then we go to Honorable Komori Joseph.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Prime Minister, in my district in Kibale, we have 2 newly constructed health centers, 3s, for which we appreciate, but there is no power connection. And in the designs, they never put a provision for alternative power supply like solar or maybe provision of a generator, and the mothers are being delivered on torches and candles. What plans does government have to have such health centers connected and also to improve the designs?
Which health centers are those?
Kasimbi Health Center 3 and Nyamarunda Town Council Health Center 3.
So they are 2, not 3. Okay. Right Honourable Prime Minister, they need power.
Right Honourable Speaker and Honourable Members, what I know, you know that was my district, which I represented here for almost 10 years. So Nyamarunda has power. Maybe extending power to where they have constructed a health facility. That one can even be done by the district. Yes. That is a pole supply. Maybe under the scale-up project, we can also have that health facility connected. I believe the Minister of Energy came up with a statement yesterday, like I promised last week. So under the scale-up project, Nyamarunda can be covered. Even Kasimbi. So, Right Honourable Speaker, we only need to strategically position ourselves and make sure that the Ministry of Energy provides power for our people.
Right Honourable Prime Minister, we only need to check, because she provided the list of the health centers and schools, so the Honourable colleague should follow up on those which are going to
And so, if Nyamarunda and Kasimbi sub-county health facilities are not part, I will direct them to put them there.
Very good. Thank you. Honorable Komol Joseph. Then Honorable Betty Cherain.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. The road from Kabong to Kidepo, Karenga, across up to Kitgum is a very busy road. Right Honorable Speaker, at the moment, in a season like this one, when the bridge floods, it becomes inaccessible and the vehicles cannot pass. Right Honorable Speaker, in an interface with UNRA, Director in a road committee meeting in the district, we asked a question, when is the bridge going to be, a new bridge going to be constructed? The answer was that the Ministry of Works has already identified the funds to make sure that the new bridge is constructed. My question is, when is government going to construct this bridge to avoid it blocking?
Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Right Honorable Speaker, I remember we passed a loan here to work on Chitugum Kidepo. It's a tourism road. And I believe we have gone a wrong way to procure the contractor. I believe when the contractor is handed over the site, this road will be constructed. That's what I know. Chidepo, Chitugum. Chitugum, Kidepo. That one is a priority road.
Honorable Babunji.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Prime Minister, I have been in this House since 2016. And in 2019, we have written to the Ministry of Works several letters requesting the bridge connecting Mirambi sub-county to Nyahuka Town Council to be worked on, and which the ministry agreed. Last financial year, the Minister of Works, Honorable Katumba Wamala, wrote to us indicating that they are going to work on the bridge, and even the contractor has been procured. The question is, when is the bridge going to be worked on? When even the contractor was procured, was the contractor smuggled elsewhere? What happened? Thank you.
Right Honourable Prime Minister. And Right Honourable Prime Minister, Honourable Komor, I saw him saying that's not the actual road, the bridge he was talking about.
Can I give information?
Let me answer the other question first, then he can give information. Now that she's telling us that she has some correspondences, I request that she gives me those correspondences between her and the Minister of Works so that I can make a directive.
Thank you.
Simple.
Honourable Chalain Betty, Honourable Komor, you will link up with the Prime Minister, you give her information.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker, for giving me this opportunity. I'm raising up to ask and inquire about my region, Karamoja. We have, Right Honourable, we have a dam called Nakonyen Dam. It was constructed under Maif. And the dam is said that it's in Moroto district. According to my assessment, 3/4 of the dam is in my district, and the other side is in Moroto. My inquiry is Nakonyen Dam in Moroto district or in Amda district? And then we have a border issue with Sebei.
Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Right Honourable Speaker and honourable colleagues, I think by the time the idea to construct Lakonyen Dam, the district, now the new district, was not yet in place. For me, what I see that matter is the presence of a dam. And to me, I'm proud that that dam has been constructed, whether it is in a hard district or it is in the old district.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Taban Sharifa Zumra Maneno.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. Right Honourable Prime Minister, my question is direct to the Minister of Defence in charge of veterans. We want to thank her very much for coming through for our veterans in West Nile, especially mine from Koboko. You are now the Queen of Koboko, not me anymore. However, Right Honourable Speaker, some of my veterans missed. I'm now the lawyer in the office, in my office. They are always coming to my office demanding to when shall they receive their payment. Please, when are we receiving our money?
Honourable Minister. I don't know if I will survive her now, now that she's even a queen.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Honourable Member of Parliament from Koboko District, for asking that question. Indeed, the Minister of Defence and Veteran Affairs has paid the West Nile Bank front and we are still in the process of concluding the payment. Those who have not been paid, the problem has been on their side. They have not given us all their details. Because when we are paying them, we want them to give us their account numbers, the account holders, the ID number. But when we are paying them, there are others who will borrow the account number of their relatives and send them to us. Another one is national ID. The national ID would not be the owner of the ID. So when we were in the process of doing that, that's why some of their money is bounced, but we are still handling it, and they will get their money paid.
Yes, Honorable Zumra Badedo.
Thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, Obongi District, as known by each and everyone in this house, is a new district. It is 4 years old now. But Obongi District doesn't have a general hospital. Right Honorable Prime Minister, when shall we have a general hospital in Obongi for us to reduce on that number that has been referred from Obongi to Moyo on daily basis?
Right
Thank you so
Prime
much.
Minister. Yesterday they were promised electricity. If they can also be promised a hospital today, it would be a good week for Obongi.
Right Honorable Speaker and honorable members, Obongi district is a new district. Just 4 years. Right Honorable Speaker, as you are aware, and honorable members, we are moving in phases. We shall definitely cover Obongi and get there.
Honorable Augon Cyrus, Honorable Barimwezo, Honorable Batum.
Thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker. Madam Prime Minister, I want to appreciate you. The people of Uganda are enjoying the road between Tirinyi, Palisa, Kumi. Yes, and we are happy. The NRM government has performed. Yes. Now the question is about the harms. Members of Parliament in the region have consistently asked this question. We know you for directing and people act. What are we going to do about this issue? People are losing lives on the road. We need the harms. Number two, we need traffic lights in the town of Ukumi, because the town is now beautiful with new roads. But the accidents are many. When are you acting, Right Honorable Prime Minister?
Right Honorable, I've never seen Honorable Augon. As happens today, you know.
Right Honorable Speaker, I want to appreciate my brother. I truly drove on that road. The NRM government has performed. I'm telling you, I sometimes pity those people and say, suppose they go through that road. And so, Right Honorable Speaker, the traffic lights and the humps, I want to inform members, the reason we work on roads is for members to move faster to their destinations. However, and come back alive. However, our people are indisciplined on our roads. And that's why the Ministry of Works decides to put humps to reduce on the speed, because they cannot reduce it themselves. But it comes with a number of disadvantages. The vehicles, sometimes if you pump into a hump and you are not prepared, you can easily get an accident. That could even be the reason why some of our roads have accidents. I request that I bring a comprehensive answer to that question, because it is valid and good, so that I don't just, come up with answers. I will bring a comprehensive answer next week, so that I also inform you the advantages and disadvantages of these roadblocks, and then the traffic lights. I will also come with a comprehensive answer.
Thank you. Barimwezo Batom.
Thank you, Right Honorable
Speaker. Right Honorable Prime Minister, because Chitezi was closed, and in your short-term interventions, you suggested to use Entebbe. But unfortunately, the leadership of Entebbe have denied KCCA garbage trucks to access the dump site. They are currently packed with garbage on the roadside. And private collectors of garbage, including the communities, residents in communities, in our communities, have begun dumping garbage on the roads, in the drains, and many have also created illegal dump sites in swamps.
Question, Honorable?
The question is, considering that there may be an outbreak because of the uncollected garbage, what risk management plan did you have? Then too, can't you overrule on so that Entebbe accepts KCCA trucks to dump garbage in Entebbe land site?
Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Right Honourable Speaker and Honourable Members, the fact that we have this problem calls for collective efforts. What I know, Entebbe and the KCCA had a meeting and they agreed. What the member is stating here is different. I had a meeting today with KCCA, and that is the Minister for Kampala and the other stakeholders, and we have come up with a cabinet paper so that cabinet can also add their voice for us to have a number of interventions, both short, medium and long term. Right Honourable Speaker, if you have information, I can take it.
Not in PM time. Right Honourable, continue.
Right Honourable Speaker, we request that in this trying moment, because the KCCA produces 2,500 metric tons of garbage every day, it is an issue for us, we, the members of parliament, the leaders in this country, to look for a way. Because now, if Nkumba refuses, I can see every area refusing, we shall have nowhere to put the garbage. And now, processing is a long term, because we already have a company which has an MOU with KCCA. But the processes are still ongoing, because they have so many, you know, when these big companies come here, they give us so many stringent conditions, which conditions they want even to give them a sovereign guarantee, which we cannot. Yes, we can't. Because I think they think we are a developing country, and so they can bring all the conditions. So we are also equally careful. The other thing is, Right Honourable Speaker, I request that you give me one more minute, is that KCCA has 4 acres extra, which is not yet used at Kitezi. The already existing excavators, they are now 15 on site. We agreed that those excavators, we shall continue to fuel them so that they now dig like a dome. It's called a cell, so that we can be dumping rubbish. In 2 weeks, they will be through. And so we wanted the Entebbe to look at that, because this is some of them stay here. And then we also process the already existing rubbish, because I'm told technically we can get that rubbish decomposed and pressed so that that hill goes down. We are also taking an example of Ethiopia, because Ethiopia had the same issues and they went through this. We shall have incinerators constructed. We are looking at Gunda, which is very far, 42 kilometers, and we shall not go there. We are like, why can't EU members support us? We relocate these people, have that area expanded, because Chitezi is near, and we have over 29 hectares. I request that this matter should not be politicized.
Thank you. Now, Honourable Right Honourable Prime Minister, yesterday No, the other day when we had the statement here, which you provided, the Honorable Abudara Chiwanuka made a proposal, which you look into. He was saying, instead of you going to Dunda, which is indeed very far, Dundu, yes, Dundu, which is very far, like you said, that with West, that you relocate the families around Kitezi to Dundu, which is already your land, so that you maintain Kitezi and you see how best to process it. Yeah. Honorable Batom, Honorable Wanda Richard, Honorable Godfrey Oderu, Honorable, where is Nyangweso? Yes, Honorable Nyangweso. No, Honorable colleagues, you have time. You will have time. And then yes.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Prime Minister, we welcome the directive by His Excellency the President to fence Kidepo National Park. But at the moment, elephants and buffaloes in Kidepo are destroying crops around Karenga and the neighboring districts. What can be done in the shortest time possible as we wait for the fence to make sure we save the food that these people have put out in the fields? Thank you.
Right, Honorable Minister for Tourism. You see a problem of being absent when you're here. Can you repeat the question, Honorable? You're here to help the Prime Minister.
Thank you very much. I was raising the issue of problem animals and crop raiding in Kidepo National Park. The elephants and buffaloes are destroying crops in Kidepo, Kabong, and all the neighboring districts where the elephants go. They also kill people. We welcome the President's directive to UA and the Ministry of Tourism to have Kidepo fenced. However, at the moment, we don't know when the fence is coming, but the elephants are continuing to destroy the crops and kill people. What can we do in the shortest time possible to make sure we save the food? Thank you. And the people.
Honorable Minister, problem of sitting near princesses.
No, we're still doing consultation on some other problem animals, Right Honorable. But, Right Honorable and Honorable colleague, it's true, and the Prime Minister indeed held a meeting. We've provided a budget of what we need to fence Kidepo. It's around 20 billion. These other interventions may not really solve the problem. The issue is fencing. Because recently, and I want to thank the UPDF, they managed to push these animals back into the park. But you know, elephants always remember where they were previously. So you'll move them today, they'll go back the following day. So I think the most important issue, Right Honorable, is really fencing. Even compensation cannot solve the problem.
Yeah, but in the meantime, because you've not yet gotten money, the member really agrees with you.
Yes.
But he says in the meantime.
Yes. In the meantime, Right Honorable, is of course we are deployed, I think, around additional 100 rangers. I think what we are going to do is engage the UPDF to add some more deployment around the problem areas so that we can try to keep these elephants inside.
Honorable Wanda Richard.
Thank you.
Then Honorable Deru, be preparing yourself.
Thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker. I want to salute and appreciate the Right Honorable Prime Minister for the work you're doing in Ibududa, the compensation and the resettlement. But from my analysis, the people of Mbale district, those who were affected by floods, have not been addressed yet. And I think Sironko. But specifically for Mbale district, Bungoho, the upper parts of Bungoho, Bumbovi and Busano, they need to be resettled too, because the likelihoods of getting floods again are very high. So my question is, when do we expect the intervention like that you're doing in Ibududa for the people of Mbale district?
Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Thank you.
Right Honorable Speaker and Honorable colleagues, the office of the Prime Minister, or my office, today they are in Mbale. NECOC, together with the Ministry of Disaster Preparedness, have come up to go through the lists, because whenever we say we are going to either relocate or compensate, other people come in. I know many people have problems, but sometimes we are focusing at a particular issue. Then you find other people from other areas, so we have to clean the lists. So they are doing that. Remember, the homes that were affected when it flooded, when Mbale flooded, were few. But by the time you understand, they have brought more, or even tripled the number. So they are cleaning the list, and eventually we shall come to Mbale and help our people.
Thank you, Honorable Dero.
Thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Prime Minister, last year you launched ambulance to various constituencies of this country. And it happened Samia Bugwe South was part of the beneficiary. When are we getting our ambulance?
Right Honorable Prime Minister.
Right Honorable Speaker and honorable members, every Thursday I'm asked that question. But the answer I get from the ministry is that some ambulances were not yet equipped. And so they wanted to put some equipment for emergency so that they can be given to the people. And they told me that these equipments were delivered in the country. I believe they are going to give you that ambulance very soon. So let me find out the date now, so that we answer that question once and for all.
Honorable Nyangweso, honorable colleagues of this side, wait a bit. I'm still here. I'm coming back to this side.
I thank you, Right Honorable.
That's a no man's land. You better. Yes.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Our workaholic Prime Minister, the Ministry of Health procured X-rays for various hospitals, including Masaf General Hospital, which you are very aware, Right Honorable Prime Minister, because you are aware at this one time. The Ministry of Health has been telling us that they cannot supply the X-rays because of certain civil works to be done in those hospitals. When is the Ministry of Health commencing the civil works such that the X-rays can be installed and save our people, especially in Busia, who are accessing X-ray services from Kenya? Thank you.
Right Honorable Prime Minister.
Right Honorable Speaker and honorable members, what I know is that he must have received a new X-ray. However, the space to have it installed was not there because of the radiations of that new equipment. I request that you allow me and you to find out from the Ministry of Health why the X-ray construction works has not yet started. But what I know, I appreciate a state-of-art X-ray machine that
Haji Bashir Kaziwe, no, Haji Bashir and Kayondo.
Right Honorable Speaker, I want to thank you very much. Allow me, Right Honorable Speaker, to begin by thanking you for gracing our Ruby Jubilee for Sacred Heart Seminary, Mobende, as a chief guest. And for thanking you to generously contribute to our cause of purchasing a seminary bus, among the instructions from His Lordship, the Archbishop, to thank you very much. My question, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, I come from Mobende Municipality. I want to talk about the border industry, which employs so many of our young people. Right, Honorable Speaker, the borders everywhere in the country are victims of terror from traffic police. They descend on them with a lot of wrath wherever you go, to the extent that many of them have abandoned their borders to police posts, and you can see them full. This is very bad. They are just collecting money. They have even resorted to roadblocks in Mubende, Katabaranga, where, and on those roadblocks, they are just collecting money from them. They have sacked them up to the bone marrow.
Question.
Right, Honorable Speaker. I know you to be a very assertive leader, and you go via my place. What plans do you have to rein in this impunity and terror from traffic police in this country? Thank you.
Right, Honorable.
Right, Honorable Speaker and Honorable Members, the Minister of Internal Affairs is here. The President directed that all the borders of these young people be returned to them. I'm wondering why this directive is not yet followed. And so let me direct the Minister of Internal Affairs who is here, the General Mohoz, prevail over your police officers and have the borders given to our people.
Thank you. Yes, I had already picked on Kayon.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, in 1996, President Yoweri Kaguta Museveni visited my constituency. I was in P3. I was one of the kids who sang for the president. And in amusement, the president promised the people of Kome a ferry. Kome is so famous, it connects the famous Katosi, which you know very well. It connects Sigaba and so on. The president promised them a ferry. I regret my strokes. Under the choir leadership of Madam Nadamba, I'm the one who led the choir. It is coming to 30 years. The Prime Minister is known for being assertive. They went ahead and even invited the Prime Minister.
Did you dance for her?
Okay. The Prime Minister didn't come. Now I want the last nail in the coffin from the Prime Minister. Should the people of Kome, Katosi, because since 96, 30 years, it's coming to 30 years, the ferry of Kome has been appearing in budgets. There is nowhere I have not reached except heaven and hell, just to demand for that ferry. Honorable Prime Minister, as they praise you for being assertive, can the people of Kome feel your assertiveness? Because they haven't.
Right, Honorable Prime Minister. They say they are always in the budget, but they don't receive their ferry. The man is about now to become also a judge.
Right, Honorable Speaker and Honorable Members, that means my brother from Kome is a Muzukuru. And so, you know, these days the Vazukuru, there is a way they enjoy. I'll make sure that I link him to the President.
Thank you. Yes. So, I'll pick Kadawazi, I pick Soroti, I pick, no, Tochi had spoken today. I'm trying to start with those who haven't. Yes. Akujizibwe. I've forgotten the name of the honorable colleague. Kwanya and Masaka.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker, for giving me a chance. And I thank the Right Honorable Prime Minister for answering the questions. Mine is about the presidential directive banning exports, wood exports. Now, there is an element of environmental protection in it, which is very important, like to protect the forests. But we also have commercial farmers who plant eucalyptus and so on. For business, they borrow the money from banks, and banning export of wood and vanilla and all the wood exports products has really affected the incomes of the so many people who are involved in this business.
Question?
The question to the Prime Minister is when should they lift, what I'm saying, they should lift the ban for commercial.
Question? Right Honourable Prime Minister, when are you lifting the ban?
When are you lifting the ban on commercial forest?
Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Right Honourable Speaker and honourable members, the President last year on 11th June wrote to me and instructing me to stop the exportation of raw materials of timber, especially unprocessed timber. Right Honourable Speaker, I request for 1 more minute so that I can explain to me, because I'm the one who is handling. So, Right Honourable Speaker, when that directive came, I had a meeting, including all the stakeholders. So, we put a ban. That was in June last year. So, the members of those private growers requested the President, and they requested for 3 months extension period, at least to make sure that the timber they had in their stores and the timber they had in transit and that was at the borders be allowed to move. Honourable Speaker, I want members to note that those Chinese and those Chinese companies that you see everywhere in this country, one machine like that, one machine can harvest 200,000 trees in a day. So the President was like, we cannot, because remember last year, the temperatures of Uganda went up to 40 something, 42 in fact. And this has never happened. So in order to protect our tree cover and environment, the President said that we only allow companies that are adding value. Since that time, 7 companies, among others, have now applied to have factories within the country to add value to our trees. And this will bring employment to our people. In that way, we shall also protect our environment. Yes, we know we have private people who got loans, who have their own forests. The President told me to bring a cabinet paper to organize it, which we are organizing, so that cabinet can pronounce itself on the matter, especially those people who put their money, they have commercially grown these trees, maybe on loans or what. But we are also saying the environment is bigger. The people of Uganda, if we rack our lanes, it will be more costly than what we think. So it's going to be a win-win situation, and see how we can handle this together as government. So I request that the member you need to be patient. We are handling your matter.
Thank you. And I'm really happy, Right Honourable Prime Minister, you're having an open heart on this issue, because I know many people who borrowed, and they are going to be totally in trouble. They are even going to lose these forests. They are going to lose these forests, and they'll be sold very, very cheaply, because they borrowed money, knowing they can do this business and all that. Maybe if you're seeing how best they can bear, but I'm very happy to see that your heart is open when it comes to this
I bring
matter.
a petition?
So I had already picked Soroti.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker.
Then Queen, then Masindi.
I am happy that the Minister of Education is in the house. My concern is that Soroti district has 5 schools that were not coded, although the parents struggled to establish it. More particularly, the one in my constituency, Gweri, called Agule Primary School. Even information came that these schools have been coded, but it has not been coded. The education office has already sent reminders to the ministry, but nothing has happened.
Question.
My prayer is now that let these schools be coded.
Honourable Minister.
Thank you very much, Right Honourable Speaker and colleague. It is true, as a ministry, in terms and in line with our planning mandate, we carry out assessment in line with the demands which come from the local governments. But as we do that, we also have to look at the budget line. So I want to say this, that the money which we had planned to have these schools operationalized, we did not get that final release in our budget. So for that matter, I beg that we will have to wait till when we get additional money in the next financial year for that purpose. I thank you.
Queen.
Thank you so much, Right Honourable Speaker. I want to appreciate my sister, Carla Kevin, for appreciating UPC government for having built Palisa Hospital. Thank you so much, my sister, for appreciating the UPC government. However, Right Honourable Speaker, aware that there is a water level rising from Lake Victoria, this has affected lakes like Lake Wania and Lake Kyoga. That most of our district, mostly from Laon sub-region, my district, Kwania, Dokolo, Apache, and Amulatar, has been flooded. Mostly, most of the road has been submerged, school has been submerged, people's garden has also been submerged, and even people have been displaced from their homes. My question is, what plan does government have for the people who have such disaster? Thank you so much.
Right Honourable. This was related to the one raised by Honourable Kotogong. But you can take it for noting. A member needs to hear from the PM.
Right Honourable Speaker and honourable members, I take note of my sister's concern and we shall handle it the way we have already promised.
Masindi.
Thank you very much, Right Honourable Speaker. In 2021, during my maiden speech, I presented the issue of Masindi Hospital. And we were promised that Masindi Hospital alongside Kambuga, where my vice chairperson comes from, would be rehabilitated in the financial year 2022-2023. The money was put in the budget, but was not released. 3 years down the road, Masindi Hospital is in dire state. They promised that we would have 50 billions to rehabilitate that hospital. My question to the Prime Minister is, when is Masindi Hospital going to be rehabilitated
Right
to
Honourable
the
Prime Minister.
level that the people of Masindi were promised? Thank you very much.
Right Honourable Speaker, at least I was a Minister of Health, and I know that we are rehabilitating these hospitals in a phased manner. Now, Masindi is next financial year. Then Kagadi, we have Bogiri, in that order. Masindi is going to be rehabilitated, I promise.
Masaka.
Remember, because Kambuga is now being rehabilitated. Be patient, we are coming.
Masaka.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker, for the opportunity. Right Honourable Prime Minister,
primary teachers' colleges were phased out. We are very much aware that every year primary teachers a number of primary teachers reach retirement age, and others do apply for early retirement. Yet there is need for the continuity in the system. The only alternative would have been direct entry from senior 6 to university. Here is my question. When is government setting up the policy for direct entry from A level to universities? You remember, the primary teachers have been entering in.
Honourable Minister.
Right Honourable Speaker, I would like to request that when we talk about teachers, allow me bring a formal statement to answer the question the members raised and the purpose as to why we did repurpose some of these primary teacher colleges. I thank you.
Kasese.
Right Honourable Speaker, thank you for giving this opportunity. Right Honourable Speaker, I have not had a chance to speak here ever since you missed an accident. Allow me to add my voice. Survived.
I missed it indeed.
Survived. You missed it.
Yeah.
You survived. I want to thank God, like my brothers have done. Speaker, now let me turn to my question to the Prime Minister. Right Honourable Prime Minister, when we were in the just ended the recess, I had time to visit some primary schools. And what did I discover? I found that the school dropout rate is so huge, threatening. For example, in Chibalia Primary School, in P1, they had Chibalia Primary School in Nyakabingo, sub-county in Songora South. In P1 enrollment was 170 children. Unfortunately, P3 had enrollment of 60. And a similar situation in many other schools.
Question.
This shows, but before the question, right on with Speaker. This shows that you have a 60% dropout between P1 and P3. And these are children of 7 to 10 years leaving school. Where are they going? So my question, right on with Speaker, is what plan does government have to stop this huge school dropout rate at that tender age? Thank you.
Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Right Honourable Speaker and honourable members, I want to thank the member for asking that question, because it's going to help me to inform colleagues the magnitude or the problem of school charges. Some of our parents cannot afford. Some of the head teachers have made it a habit to steal, to put illegal charges in our schools. And so some of the parents who cannot afford, their children are chased away from school. And that's why I request that members, we need to work as a team to stop school charges, because these people are given capitation grants to work, to use in their schools. Secondly, we are also discovering that some schools have ghost enrollments. Ghost enrollments. Because they know when it comes to P7, they will need photos of the children. And so, when it comes to P4, P5, so it started dropping out illegally. So it is another way of, I think you understand what I'm talking about, of corruption. And so we the people, because that money they are stealing from government,